for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Doors be open, que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members, déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
After decades of advocacy, caregivers' dream for landed status on arrival finally came with the Canada's Home Care Worker Immigration Pilot. But the pilot never opened for intake and has been closed without any explanation. This is a betrayal to the people who fought so hard for respect and fairness. Meanwhile, the PR processing backlog for caregivers already in Canada stands at over 34,000 cases. Instead of expediting the processing, the allotted PR quota for all economic pilot programs, including caregivers under the new Levels plan, is being reduced. It'll take over 7 years to process the backlog. That means tens and thousands of caregivers already in Canada, caring for our children, elders, doing this essential and often undervalued work, are left in limbo. Caregivers should not be treated as second class or a footnote in Canada's immigration policy. The Liberals must expand the allocation for caregivers, clear the backlog, and give those workers the dignity they deserve.
L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The Honourable Member from Bourassa.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to speak of a novel that is very moving and makes you think. I'm speaking of the novel The Shadow of Your Light, L'ombre de tes lumières, by the author Kamal Benkiran. With very simple writing, but also deeply vibrant, Benkiran plunges us into a story of love, resilience, and identity. He speaks of families, communities, and the fragile links that keep us together. He speaks about the fact that we need to respect memory, the memory of our communities, while also looking to the future. This novel invites us to build a stronger, more inclusive society in a Canada that is proud of its diversity, but that knows that we still have some way to go. This novel is not just a literary work, it is also a call to understand each other better and to celebrate what is born when the shadows meet the light. Thank you.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
From November 24th to 29th, country comes to town as Regina hosts the 54th annual Canadian Western Agribition. Come out and enjoy great food, the largest livestock show in Canada, 4 nights of electrifying rodeo, the trade fair, and the best beef show on the continent. Whatever you fancy, Agribition has something for everyone. Agribition is about community, our Western way of life, and is the ultimate spot to be next week. This show holds a special place in my heart. Our family winter vacations was showing our dairy cattle at Agribition, and so I'm happy I can take my kids through the same barns and tell them stories about cattle shows and life lessons learned on the farm, and even let them help out in the wash rack with some animals every now and then. So mark your calendars and come out to the Canadian Western Agribition. Grab some food, ride the mechanical bull, and see who's crowned Supreme Champion at this year's beef show. With participants from around the globe, it's where the world meets. From the riders' big win last week to Agribition this week, Saskatchewan just keeps winning.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, November is a Diabetes Awareness Month. It is a time to reflect on the millions of Canadians who are living with the diabetes. Last week, I hosted my 5th annual diabetes flag raising in Brampton City Hall. I also represented Canada at the PDGN Global Advocacy Forum on Diabetes, showcasing Canada's leadership in diabetes in global health. Mr. Speaker, universal access to diabetes care is very, very important. Progress is made after the passing of my private member bill to establish the National Framework for Diabetes in 2021. But there's more to do. We need to ensure all provinces and territories join the National Pharmacare Plan to make essential medication, diabetes medication, free. Together, let's continue working hard to extinguish the flame burning outside the Frederick Banting House and achieve a world free of diabetes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sudbury East, Manitoulin Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Ron Bradley, a remarkable man who gave his life to the service of his community. He occupied a number of functions. He was the deputy mayor of Rayside Balfour. He was a proud member of the Knights of Columbus, and he was also on the board of the Saint Joseph Parish.
John was politically active, serving on many boards, including the Federation of Northern Ontario Municipalities, Sudbury's Regional Planning Board, and the Nickel District Conservation Authority. Ron Bradley was a founding member of the United Steelworkers Local 6500 and ended his mining career as a shift boss at Inco. He will be remembered across the riding for his selfless service and devotion to family and community. On behalf of all constituents, I extend heartfelt condolences to his family and friends.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, recently I was at the commemorative plaque at the Saint-Charles de Limoilou Church. This monument was erected in the memory of our soldiers who fell during the First World War. These were men from our streets and our families and schools. They left Limoilou to defend freedom thousands of kilometers away. Their courage and duty, their faith in a better future remain a source of inspiration. This tribute is engraved in bronze and in our hearts, which reminds us that behind every name there is a story, a dream cut short, and a family marked forever. As we contemplate this monument, we aren't just remembering, we are renewing the living link between the past and the present. Let us always, generation after generation, pass on their stories and create a world worthy of their sacrifice.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I rise for the 110th anniversary of the Plessisville Female Farmers Circle. On November 26, 1915, Madame Georges-Élie Desrosiers and some other women in the village created the first female farmers circle of Quebec. For more than a century, these extraordinary women have been passing on traditional textile arts such as weaving, knitting, crochet, quilting, lace making, and other crafts that are part of our heritage. If it weren't for people like these, we wouldn't have all of these important parts of our past. And with almost 120 members still active today, the Plessisville Female Farmers Circle still remains an important pillar of our community. So I would say to all of the members, thank you for your creativity, thank you for your hard work, and thank you for what you've contributed to Quebec heritage.
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
I'd like to reflect on last week's ceremonies of remembrance. November 11th is always special at the Royal Canadian Legion on Hamilton Mountain, in part because of the valiant leadership of Jean Tomlinson, but particularly because of the Reverends Chisholm. Reverend Dr. Francis Chisholm, a World War II vet, Padre since 1964, still captivating at 99 years old. And the Reverend Chisholm the Jr., his daughter, another inspiring leader. Also last week was the 75th anniversary of the Korean War, an event of course hosted by Hamilton Mountain's Hu Jung Jones, the most ardent advocate for the 1950s conflict we have in this country. That conflict saw 26,000 Canadians go to war, and 516 of them didn't come home. Speaker, because of the champions in our community, we will never forget.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Thayendanegea.
8 months ago, on the steps of Rideau Hall, this Prime Minister pledged to focus on what matters to Canadians, affordability, and ultimately he will be judged not by his promises, but by the prices Canadians face every single day. Yet under his watch, life has only become more expensive. Inflation is still running at 3.4%, and food prices have risen nearly 40% faster here than in that of the United States. Ironically, this Prime Minister can't even fault Justin Trudeau for today's mess because he was the principal advisor for that government as well. The budget was his chance to finally deliver relief. Instead of responsible fiscal planning, we have creative accounting that piles on staggering intergenerational debt with no credible path to balance. Mr. Speaker, this budget was built on hubris, not humility, and Conservatives will continue to fight every step of the way to continue to build confidence and bring forward policies that will deliver a future that Canadians can actually.
L'honorable député de Rimouski,
The honourable member for Rimouski, La Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to the exceptional career of Quebec's Chief Scientific Officer, Monsieur Rémy Quirion, who will be retiring next spring. He was appointed in 2011, and he was the first person to hold this position. He created the general guidelines that created his credibility both in Quebec and abroad. He brought people together, and he created long-lasting links between research, education, innovation, and public policy. Ministers and governments changed, but he was always faithful to his fundamental principles, which was that we should make decisions based on data, science, and the search for truth. We hope that he will have a wonderful retirement, and we hope that his legacy will inspire future generations, and we also hope that our public policy will remain anchored in the values that he cares about, curiosity and scientific rigor. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, thank you so much, Rémy Quirion.
L'honorable député de Québec Centre.
The honourable member for Quebec Centre. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to thank CRAC Bitume, an urban ecology collective, which has been working to support people in Quebec City for 14 years in creating a more eco-responsible type of life. This organization carries out collective and urban gardening initiatives. It also trains people in eco-citizenship, and it has a community composting network with 34 sites and 18, in fact, in the beautiful riding of Quebec Centre. And I would also like to mention the many volunteers who work hard to support CRAC Bitume. I'd like to thank this organization and all of its partners. I'd like to thank them for their leadership. The organization is something that we are all proud of in my riding.
The honourable member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are facing another costly Liberal budget that will keep cost of essentials like food and fuel high and eat away at the hard-earned savings of the people of Red Deer. Seniors on fixed income tell me they can barely eat, and young people say it's impossible to get ahead and start a family. Canadians can't take more careless Liberal spending, while jobs are lost and the Prime Minister jet sets around the world with nothing to show for it. Finch Credit Rating says since the Liberal government blows through its fiscal anchors, federal finances run high, a risk of further deterioration. If the credit agency scoring the government wasn't bad enough, the non-partisan parliamentary budget officer says with Budget 2025, the government abandoned the previous fiscal anchor. To reduce the federal debt to GDP ratio over the medium term, noting that this metric is key for financial stability. No wonder this Prime Minister wants to fire.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to celebrate Leo Plu, Whitby's 2025 Peter Perry Award recipient, which is the highest distinction in our town, recognizing true dedication to community building. For over 40 years, Leo has created opportunities in the classroom, inspiring thousands of students and driving change in Ontario's high schools through e-learning. His vision reaches far beyond the classroom. Leo brought the Ability Centre to life, a national beacon for inclusive spaces, and helped secure Whitby's critical care hospital. Once complete, it will provide essential health care for families across Durham Region. He also supports children with complex needs as the chair of Grandview Kids and as a board member of Sloan's House. Leo shows leadership is not about titles, it's about changing lives. Congratulations, Leo. You make us all proud and you make Canada stronger.
Good job, Leo.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
In Powell River, one of the local communities that I represent, 2 hydro dams have provided a clean, reliable, and cost-effective source of electricity for over 100 years. Electricity that powered the local pulp mill, created thousands of jobs, and quite literally built this amazing and beautiful city. That was until the mill fell into financial trouble and was forced to sell the dam as a distressed asset to guess who? Brookfield, a company that registers its subsidiaries in Bermuda and has avoided paying more than $6 billion in Canadian taxes. And now we find out they want to use this amazing asset not to create Canadian jobs, not to power Canadian homes, but to export all of the electricity to the United States with no benefit to the people of Powell River, BC, or Canada. But to export this power, they need a permit from this federal government, which is why today I am imploring them as the local elected representative that this application is denied and we get back to putting the interests of Canada and the Canadian people first, not foreign-owned corporations.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Mr. Speaker, in February 2023, this House voted unanimously to welcome and resettle 10,000 deeply vulnerable Uyghur. That vote was a historic moment for this Parliament and for the Uyghur people. According to the United Nations, the Uyghur people are still subject to grave and serious crimes against humanity. We must say this. We must acknowledge it. We must recognize it. Thankfully, a few deeply vulnerable Uyghur people have arrived in Canada. The refugees I have met are deeply grateful to Canada and Canadians. They have told me, and I ask all parliamentarians to attend. To the Uyghur people listening, I ask you to remain steadfast and resilient. Continue speaking up and sharing what's happening to your people. To the MPs who have supported this just cause, thank you. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
This is called the House of Commons for a reason. It was created to serve the common people, not jet-setting elites. Yet this Prime Minister didn't get the memo. How else do you explain a leader who spends more time in the air than in this chamber? He even puts Justin Trudeau to shame. In 2022, the Prime Minister flew just over 127,000 kilometers in 10 months, roughly 3 times around the Earth. This Prime Minister, in just 8 months, 28 trips, 153,000 kilometers, enough to circle the globe nearly 4 times. That's almost an entire month away from Canadians. And what do we have to show for it? No softwood lumber.
Excuse me, SO31s are not meant to be heckled. So the honourable member from the top.
Mr. Speaker, this is called the House of Commons for a reason. It was created to serve the common people, not jet-setting elites. Yet this Prime Minister didn't get the memo. How else do you explain a leader who spends more time in the air than in this chamber? He even puts Justin Trudeau to shame. In 2022, Prime Minister Trudeau flew over 127,000 kilometers in 10 months, roughly 3 times around the Earth. And this Prime Minister, in just 8 months, 28 trips, 153,000 kilometers, enough to circle the globe nearly 4 times. That's almost a whole month, Mr. Speaker, away from Canadians. And what do we have to show for it? No softwood lumber deal, no relief for steel, auto, or aluminum, no progress on Chinese tariffs for canola or our seafood harvester. Even India slapped new duties on us, but nothing but photo ops, fancy meetings, and hollow letters of intent. Every time it's wheels up, Canadians are left with higher costs and no results. Mr. Speaker, this is the House of Commons, where leaders should be accountable. Canadians deserve a Prime Minister that delivers, not just simply racks up the air miles.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate the 92nd anniversary of the famine genocide in Ukraine known as the Holodomor, when Joseph Stalin closed Ukraine's borders and confiscated all food to destroy a Ukrainian population opposed to his rule. 19 people per minute, 1,200 per hour, and 28,000 per day were dying of famine at the height of the Holodomor. The world was silent, and millions died as a result. My grandmother Olena was a survivor of the Holodomor, and she once told me she hoped that the victims of the Holodomor would not only be remembered, but that they would be honored. Honoring them, she said, meant not just remembering them or commemorating, but taking the steps to ensure that a crime like this never happens again. Right now, in Russian-occupied Ukraine, it is happening again. Russia is killing civilians, Russia is deporting children, and much more. The only way to stop this is for the world to provide Ukraine with the support it needs so that it can liberate all of its people, so that it can decisively win the war. If we do this, then we will truly do what my grandmother would have asked if she were here today. We will remember the victims, we will commemorate the victims, and we will honor them. Vічна їм пам'ять. Слава Україні!
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canadians are paying the price for this Prime Minister. Grocery and housing costs have ballooned, but this Prime Minister is making things even worse with his budget, which doubled Justin Trudeau's deficit. This is the highest deficit in Canadian history outside of the COVID pandemic. The deficit is $16 billion higher than what he promised during the election. And for what? To finance a bureaucracy that grew by 80% since the Liberals took office 10 years ago. Now, the government House Leader says that this will have minimal impact on democracy. Why do Canadians have to pay for all this? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, the Leader of the Opposition did not read the budget. Had he read the budget, he would see that currently we are bringing down operating costs, government operating costs. If he hasn't read the budget, that would explain why he voted against it. Or maybe he's just operating in bad faith. He's against jobs we're trying to create from coast to coast to coast. We're trying to invest in defense. He's against it. He's against us investing more in health. He's against investments all throughout the country in mining projects, electricity projects, energy projects. So basically, what it comes down to is that he's against growth, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is once again playing his games. He is going on yet another trip. We want some results for his 20 international trips. He has covered 150,000 kilometers in his travels. That's the equivalent of circling the globe 4 times. What have all these meetings led to? American tariffs have increased. Indian tariffs have increased on our peas. China has increased tariffs on our farmers and fish harvesters. It would be better for our economy if the Prime Minister were to hide under a rock rather than to continue his meetings. Can the Minister tell us one tariff the Prime Minister has managed to have reduced? Mr. Speaker, the only person hiding under a rock right now is the Leader of the Opposition when he has to face his caucus. So that's one thing. Next, the Leader of the Opposition, what he wants is for the Canadian economy to remain dependent on the American economy. I think that's his strategy. He might not be saying that out loud to Canadians, but here on this side of the House, our strategy is to diversify our markets. We are trying to create jobs. So that's why the Prime Minister is traveling to countries like Europe, Asia, the UAE, the Gulf states, and it's all leading to good news.
Canadians are paying the price for this Prime Minister through record-high grocery and housing cost inflation, but he wants them to pay even more. He's doubled Justin Trudeau's deficit, the biggest deficit in Canadian history outside of COVID, $16 billion bigger than he promised, shattering his other promise to reduce the debt-to-GDP ratio, and the bureaucracy is taking the lion's share, 80% more costly when these Liberals took office. The Liberal House Leader said just yesterday there will only be minimal reductions in the bureaucracy. Why must starving Canadians pay to feed this bureaucracy rather than feeding their families?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, you know what helps families is good-paying jobs. And that's why we have had such a tremendous response to this budget, including from the building trades unions, Mr. Speaker, who said that they're grateful to all parliamentarians who supported the federal budget and acted in the best interests of Canadians. So I guess that doesn't include the Conservatives who voted against those very Canadians they say they stand up for.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Prime Minister is beginning yet another costly photo op tour. It's time to start asking for the results of the more than 20 international trips, the 150,000 kilometers, enough to circle the globe 4 times. It would be great if you were actually getting something done. But he met with the Americans. They doubled tariffs on our products. He met with the Chinese. They hit us with new tariffs on our farmers and fish harvesters. He met with the Indians. They've hit us with new tariffs on Canadian peas. The British are still blocking our beef. Can the Prime Minister give us even one example of a tariff that his international meetings have succeeded in reducing?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
The opposition has been in this House for more than 20 years with not much to show. Here's what we've accomplished in the last few months in trade. We've signed new trade deals with Ecuador, with Indonesia. We advanced trade discussions with ASEAN, Philippines, Thailand, wrapping up...
Again, it was a bit too noisy. Could the Honourable Minister continue, please?
We've signed new trade deals with Ecuador, Indonesia. We're advancing trade negotiations with ASEAN, Philippines, Thailand, wrapping up a FIFA with the UAE. We have legislation before this House to expand our trade ties with the UK. Together, these countries represent 750 million potential consumers. While the Prime Minister is opening doors for workers and businesses, the other side is focused on shutting them shut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
All that adds up to not a single tariff reduced in the Prime Minister's 8 months of traveling the globe. And now let's move on to his costly agenda on pipelines. In June of 2014, the Conservative government approved a pipeline from Alberta to the Pacific. November 29, 2016, this Liberal government cancelled that pipeline, ordering the Energy Board to dismiss it. March 27, 2021, this current Liberal Prime Minister said that he supported cancelling the pipeline. Will the Prime Minister admit that he was wrong, that his Liberal government was wrong, and the Conservatives were right? We need a pipe to the Pacific now.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Premier have publicly stated they're having productive discussions on advancing an MOU between Canada and Alberta. They have each stated those discussions are premised on building a Pathways decarbonization project, strengthening the industrial carbon price, and receiving support from affected First Nations and jurisdictions. When the Prime Minister and the Premier are ready to make an announcement, they will to all Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, we're hoping the Prime Minister will announce that he was wrong and that the Liberal government was wrong to kill the Northern Gateway pipeline that had been approved back in 2014. 9 years have since been lost after the Liberal government blocked it. However, they also put in a ban on shipping Canadian energy off the northwest coast of BC. So if there's a pipeline, while the Liberal ban remains in place, it would have to be a pipeline to nowhere. So will the Prime Minister admit that the Liberal government was wrong to ban Canadian energy shipping and scrap the ban so that we can pipe our product over to Asia?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in those long, barren Harper years where this member was a minister, the only pipeline that got built was the pipeline full of hot air that led to nothing, not a single energy exporting tidewater piece of energy infrastructure was ever constructed under a Conservative government. We've built one. You just heard the minister talking about a process on another. Mr. Speaker, you want to vote for energy security, you want to vote for energy exports, you want to vote for major projects and opportunity in this country, you should cast a Liberal vote.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for... I thought that our honourable colleagues wanted to finish on time today. I don't know whether that will be possible. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Heritage yesterday announced $500 million per year for agriculture in the budget, but he could have announced $1.5 billion.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. From the top, please. In the budget, the Minister of Heritage announced $500 million a year. Mr. Speaker, can you get them under control? He could have announced $1.5 billion for taxpayers had he not cancelled the tax on web giants. Multinationals would have paid that. They don't pay taxes in Canada, and now Canadians and Quebecers are paying that, and they're losing $500 million. Am I supposed to congratulate him on that? The Honourable Minister of Identity and Canadian Culture. Mr. Speaker, I would like to correct the Bloc Québécois leader's facts. We did not announce $500 million for arts and culture. In fact, we invested $770 million for arts and culture, which is the most ever in Canadian history, but the Bloc Québécois voted against that. There's $6 million for the Arts Council per year. The Bloc voted against that. $150 million for Telefilm Canada. The Bloc Québécois voted against it. $26 million for the National Film Board. That's the biggest investment in the National Film Board in Canadian history. The Bloc Québécois voted against that. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Minister lost $1.5 billion that could have gone to arts and culture. Now, here's a question for my colleague about the lack of funding for private radio and television. The minister said that he's giving $150 million to Radio-Canada and CBC. I was a CBC commentator, a Radio-Canada commentator in the past, and I have the utmost respect for everyone who works at CBC Radio-Canada, but am I supposed to congratulate him on totally scrapping any support for private TV and radio? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois leader was president and CEO of ADISC. In this budget, there's there's significant funding over the next 4 years, and there's $38 million a year for local media in this budget. The Bloc Québécois voted against that. Millions of dollars are going to Québécois through this budget. The Bloc Québécois voted against that. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois voting against all that, well, it's outrageous. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Heritage was, in the past, president of Équiterre. The minister doesn't seem to understand how major this crisis is, because this is about independence and the French language. $150 million to Radio-Canada is not enough. Private TV and radio stations are essential. These outlets feel that the government does not care about them and has totally abandoned them. Is the government purposely trying to put an end to private media? And should Quebecers congratulate the government for this? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I encourage the Bloc Québécois leader to read the Radio-Canada annual report and strategic plans. It was just published, and it's written clearly that Radio-Canada CBC will invest in creating new local stations throughout Canada, including in Quebec. We're investing $150 million in CBC Radio-Canada. The Bloc Québécois voted against that. It's the biggest ever investment in Quebec's culture. The Bloc Québécois' stance on this is outrageous. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Aquia-Wenrac. Mr. Speaker, the new Prime Minister's budget, this Liberal budget, is a credit card budget. The deficit is $80 billion. That's $16 billion more than he promised during the election. Mr. Speaker, we don't need an Oxford degree, a doctorate, to know that a deficit is a bill that we will pass on to our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. What's more, the rating agency Fitch has issued a warning. They say federal finances are at a high risk of further deterioration. When will this government wake up and take real positive action to responsibly handle the situation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Nature. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised to hear my colleague rail against our budget. Our budget, I'd like to address it from my perspective as a woman. Across the way, when they talk about women, they talk about women as victims. They're victims in their personal lives, victims of violence. They also refer to women as victims who lack access to certain things. Well, in my view, this budget will help women regain their buying power. They'll be able to buy groceries, for instance. They will have help getting good jobs through our economic diversification. We are supporting women in all kinds of ways through this budget. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Aquia-Wenrac. Mr. Speaker, get this. This Prime Minister's spending is even more excessive than Justin Trudeau's. We really need to fix this issue. Somebody said on March 11th, 2015, balancing the budget is a way to ensure our state's credibility and financial stability. Do you know who said that in 2015? The current parliamentary secretary for finance, Mr. Speaker, because he balanced budgets in Quebec. And as a Quebecer, I'm very happy that he did that. But currently, I'm wondering, why didn't he advise the Prime Minister that he should balance our books? The Honourable Secretary of State for Children and Youth.
Monsieur le Président, le budget.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 meets the moment. We're investing to help build strong families and communities throughout Canada. These investments will create jobs and careers for young people and will also protect support measures to help families grow and be stronger. We have a plan to build, strengthen, and enhance Canada, and it's really disgraceful that the members across the way voted against our budget.
Speaker, this Prime Minister's costly credit card budget piles today's reckless spending onto tomorrow's taxpayers. Credit card agency Fitch says that the Liberals repeatedly blow past their own fiscal anchors, putting our credit rating at risk. Even the Parliamentary Budget Officer is sounding the alarm on this financial mess. How many more warnings will it take for this Prime Minister to rein in his out-of-control spending?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, trusting advice from the Conservative leader on this budget is like trusting a weatherman's forecast who lives inside a snow globe. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are standing with Canada. People from Carleton knew it, Progressive Conservatives leaders knew it, and Canadians knew it. It's time for the Conservatives to get real about this budget, support us building the strongest economy in the G7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Gateway.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is, Canadians are putting nearly 50% more of their expenses on credit cards than they did in 2015. Monthly food bank visits have smashed all-time records with 2 million Canadians a month visiting the food bank. Families that used to once donate to the food bank are now standing in line waiting for help. This Liberal government has made everything more expensive. When will this Prime Minister stop his out-of-control spending, which makes everything more unaffordable for Canadians?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, last election, NDP supporters, Green supporters, and so many Progressive Conservatives stood with us to form a new party, to form a bold vision for this country. Mr. Speaker, we went from coast to coast to coast. We listened to Canadians. We came forth with a transformational budget that will build our economy in the strongest economy in the G7. It's time for the members opposite to stop the rhetoric, stop the slogan, stand with us, build a strong economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's costly credit card budget loads today's reckless spending onto tomorrow's taxpayers. After 10 years of these tired Liberals, Canadians are putting nearly 50% more of their expenses on their credit cards since 2015. The parliamentary fiscal watchdog is ringing the alarm bell, saying, with Budget 2025, the government abandoned the previous fiscal anchor to reduce the federal debt-to-GDP ratio over the medium term. No wonder the costly Prime Minister wants to fire him. How many more fiscal watchdog reports is it going to take, Mr. Speaker, for this Prime Minister to rein in his costly credit card spending?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let me talk about the people in my riding, like seniors who are benefiting from this budget. When I talk to them, I hear about dental care and them saving $800 a year. I hear about our New Horizons program for seniors, supporting projects that affect seniors' quality of life. I hear about $5 billion going to healthcare and hospital infrastructure in this budget. And most importantly, I hear about a Health Heroes tax credit benefiting PSWs who are the heart and soul of care in our communities. But don't take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. SEIU Healthcare President Tyler Downey says we're putting more money directly into the pockets of PSWs will support retention and strengthen care.
The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, in one costly budget, these high-spending liberals have managed to max out our great-grandchildren's credit cards. The Parliamentary Fiscal Watchdog isn't the only one ringing alarm bells, Mr. Speaker. Fitch Credit Ratings, the agency that gives the government its credit score, says that since the Liberal government frequently blows through its fiscal anchors, federal finances run a high risk of further deterioration. Fitch is concerned. The Parliamentary Fiscal Watchdog is sounding the alarm. How many more fiscal watchdog reports is it going to take for this Prime Minister to rein in his costly credit card spending?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me keep going. Let me talk about the youth in Toronto St. Paul's, because this side of the House knows that our economic future depends on them. That's why we're saying whatever your ambition is to Canada's youth, whether it's to shape the future of AI, whether it's to join the Climate Corps, whether it's to make a great Canadian film, whether it's to study higher education or work in the skilled trades, this budget is helping young Canadians from their first summer job all the way through that career-starting, lifelong career that they're going to have. Don't take my word for it. Let's talk about the YMCA, who says that paid skilled training in this budget is going to strengthen resilience in our...
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is treating this budget like a credit card with no limits. In fact, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed that the government has abandoned its fiscal anchor. In my riding in Saguenay, there is a factory that's closing. Multiple families are losing their livelihood. They don't know how they will pay bills. Meanwhile, our Prime Minister is spending recklessly. Why does the Prime Minister continue to endanger our public finances? The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We should be talking about Indigenous families living in the regions in Quebec. Families in my riding, for instance. They want this budget, a budget which enhances and protects programs for vulnerable people, especially vulnerable people in their communities. Meanwhile, the opposition voted against that, Mr. Speaker. Now, all this business about spending on a credit card, isn't it really just defending and protecting Canada? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, loyalty is a virtue. I am loyal to Quebec and to Quebec's sovereignty. The Minister of Economic Development seems to be loyal to the Liberal Party of Quebec and to Pablo Rodriguez, whose loyalty to financing has been exposed today. But his loyalty to federal Liberals makes him say some bizarre things. Can he explain to us how a hypothetical possible Quebec currency would put us in Donald Trump's hands? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, I'm happy that the member is speaking to the Parti Québécois' new idea for a Quebec currency, because Quebecers are very worried. They can't believe people are talking about losing our purchasing power, about a third referendum, about a Quebec currency, at a time when the American president is threatening Canada's sovereignty. It's shocking that some are proposing weakening Quebec and handing the reins over to Pierre Saint-Paul Plamondon so he can make a currency. It makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. We can hear the ghosts of Jean Chrétien and Jean Charest visiting us here at Parliament. It's clear that the stronger the country, the stronger its currency. So the member could, if she would like, do an internship with the member for Mirabel. But here's my question. According to her own logic, should Canada not give up its own currency and start using American currency? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, this is fictional politics, but fine, because It helps people in all party caucuses to understand what's going on within the Bloc Québécois caucus and the Parti Québécois caucus in Quebec. One thing is clear, we have 44 Quebec MPs. We will do our utmost to defend our economy. We will invest in jobs, and we will ensure that at the end of the day, Canada's sovereignty is even stronger, Mr. Speaker.
Every time the Prime Minister flies out of this country for another glittering photo op, things get worse for Canadians. He went to China and came back with more tariffs on Canadian canola. He went to the U.S., came back with double the tariffs on cars and triple the tariffs on steel and aluminum. And now the two sides aren't even talking. And then he went to the U.K. and he still couldn't land a basic deal for our pork and beef farmers. Why is it that every time the Prime Minister boards a plane, Canadians get sacked with a bigger bill?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party should ask the question in reverse. Why is it when the Leader of the Opposition flies out of this city to far-flung places across our vast and grand land, his polling results go down every single time that he lands at a great Canadian airport, Mr. Speaker? The Deputy Leader should demand more of her leader, should demand bigger results of her leader. The Deputy Leader needs to step up, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
A lecture from a government that cannot close a deal on canola. They cannot close a deal on softwood lumber, on autos, on steel, on aluminum, on basically every export that is the backbone of the Canadian economy. The Prime Minister sold Canadians hope and he didn't deliver. And then he used that broken trust as a reason to collect more stamps in his own passport. He's jet-setting on another taxpayer-funded vacation to Dubai, where jobs in Windsor and Oshawa are going south. Is the Prime Minister obsessed with foreign travel because he likes spending other people's money, or is it that he just can't face Canadians at home?
The Honourable Secretary of State to the Minister of Finance.
Forget Canada has a AAA credit rating. Inflation has been within the Bank of Canada target range for almost 2 years. Interest rates are down. Job numbers are exceeding expectations. And Budget 2025 makes generational investments that the head of the International Monetary Fund welcomes. These investments will pay dividends to Canadians over generations in the form of good-paying jobs, affordable homes, thriving and productive industries, resilient supply chains, infrastructure that connects our country and enables diverse trade. The only question is, why do the Conservatives not believe in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
In just 8 months, this Prime Minister has flown the friendly skies nearly 70 times on 28 different trips and burned through enough jet fuel to fly the equivalent of 4 times around the Earth. Wow. And what does he have to show for all of his gallivanting around in a private jet? Just expensive photo ops, empty announcements, and no real results for Canadian workers. Not only have these trips failed to get the deals he promised, but tariffs and costs for Canadians seem to go higher each time he takes off. Why doesn't the Prime Minister stop his flights of fancy and start making life more affordable for Canadians here at home?
The Honourable Minister for Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, instead of talking down the economy, why don't they join us and build this economy up? Look, let's see what we can agree on. Can we agree that we want to lower taxes for Canadians? This budget did it. They voted against it. Can we agree we want to support innovators, small business and entrepreneurs? This budget did it. They voted against it. But don't take my word for it. Just today, I was speaking with the Canadian manufacturers and exporters, and they represent 10,000 businesses. This budget makes meaningful steps to support manufacturers under pressure. Mr. Speaker, they should join us. Build Canada.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, while fancy art dealers and high-flying people like the Prime Minister are living their best life, here on the ground a record number of Canadians are using the food bank and struggling to heat their homes. They don't get to leave their troubles behind by jumping on a private jet. These swanky trips have done nothing for the tens of thousands of steel, auto, and softwood lumber workers who have lost their jobs and the millions more who are living with uncertainty due to the Prime Minister's broken promises on tariffs. Why doesn't the Prime Minister spend less time on fancy travel and more time focusing on making life more affordable for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Unlike the members opposite, knows it, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know that we need to invest in ourselves, and that's exactly why they've supported this government and why they support this budget, Mr. Speaker. From building trades unions to the YMCA to Canada Food Banks to a variety of different stakeholders that have advocated for the programs and the approach in this budget. People are happy, Mr. Speaker. They're happy with a government that has ambition on their behalf. And Mr. Speaker, we're not going to stop because we are creating the jobs of today and tomorrow.
Member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, all this Prime Minister has achieved is higher air miles, higher altitudes, and higher tariffs. With 28 trips and enough kilometers traveled to circle the Earth 4 times, Canadians expect more than just photo ops on hollow letters of intent. When he traveled to China, Canadians got higher tariffs. When he traveled to India, Canadians got higher tariffs. When he traveled to Washington, Canadians got higher tariffs. Why are Canadian families paying the price with higher tariffs for this Prime Minister to jet around the globe for photo ops and deals for Brookfield?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This member is from Manitoba, and we need to recognize that Manitobans want to vote for this budget.
That's right. That's right.
They want the Port of Churchill. They want us to build and protect and empower the North. This is the first time that we're seeing the type of investments that we've seen in generations. So I encourage this member to get on board and vote for us to ensure that we have the National School Food Program to make it permanent. So thank you for the question.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, this week this House reiterated its confidence in our government and in Budget 2025. Indeed, Budget 2025 is an expression of confidence in Canada. In the face of uncertainty, Canadians are going to build the future we want for ourselves. That includes our new Buy Canadian policy, which is strengthening our economy by prioritizing Canadian-made steel, aluminum, and softwood lumber, supporting local jobs, protecting industries impacted by international tariffs, and reinforcing our commitment to stable supply chains. Can the Secretary of State speak to the broad support of this Buy Canadian?
Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
I want to thank the member for their question. The Buy Canadian policy outlined in Budget 2025 will leverage every public dollar to strengthen Canada's economy and create jobs. Don't take my word for it. Ask the members for Chicoutimi, Jonquière, and Lac Saint-Jean. They all joined our government in announcing and applauding this policy last week, only to vote against it a few days later. Canadians notice, Mr. Speaker. Well, that side of the House is putting partisan politics above results. We're building the strongest economy in the G7.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is behaving like a real tourist. In his first 8 months as Prime Minister, he's made 28 trips, enough kilometres to circle the globe 4 times in his private jet. Yet there are no deals, no concrete results, just good intentions and photo ops at the taxpayers' expense. Mr. Speaker, why is it that every time the Prime Minister gets on a plane to meet with foreign leaders, Canadians have to pay even higher tariffs? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect for my colleague, choosing between APM that will visit our allies and trade partners to diversify our markets and the Leader of the Opposition that spends his time on obscure podcasts to criticize our institution, it's an obvious and simple choice, and that's the choice the Canadians made. We're focusing on market diversification to reduce our dependency on the Americans and support our economy, increase productivity, and build the strongest economy in the G7. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, this changed absolutely nothing for the tens of thousands of steel workers, auto workers, and lumber workers who have lost their jobs because of this Liberal government's tariff failures. Mr. Speaker, Canadian businesses are asking for a deal with the United States to ensure the predictability of their revenues. Why is it that every time the Prime Minister stops in a warm country, tariffs go up and Canadians pay? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, we've seen better from that colleague. Well, as you know, my colleague should spend more time with people in the automotive sector and in the forestry sector and more time with the people in the steel and aluminum sector, because what they're asking for us is to open up international markets and decrease our dependency on U.S. markets, like my Quebec colleague mentioned, because it is really important so we can export our aluminum and forestry products and steel to Europe and to Asia, and that's exactly what the Prime Minister is doing.
For Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Sometimes you're trying to choose between bills and feeding your kids. That's a direct quote from Thunder Bay mom Cassandra Shedden, who relies on formula to feed her infant child. She describes rummaging around her house, looking for things to sell just so she can put formula in her baby's bottle. Why won't the Prime Minister do something so that parents can afford to buy baby formula?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Well, Mr. Speaker, nobody should have to feel the fear that Cassandra feels. But I will note what Cassandra also said. She said she could hardly wait till the Canada Child Benefit arrived on the 20th of each month because it helped her feed her baby as she lived on Ontario disability, Mr. Speaker. And that member voted against Canada Child Benefit. She voted against school food, Mr. Speaker. She voted against the very people she has the temerity to stand up and quote in this House.
Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Since 2017, inflation on baby formula is double what it is in the U.S. Double. We are overly reliant on imported infant formula, and we only have one plant in Canada, which means every single tax on transportation, every supply chain disruption, every single tariff threat hits Canadian families harder. This is due to a lack of any kind of action from any of these Liberals for the last 10 years. Will they finally make this a priority so that parents can afford to feed their babies formula?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Maybe the member didn't read the article where the Canada Research Chair, Ms. Leslie Frank, said that the Canada Child Benefit should be increased, which, by the way, it is every year, Mr. Speaker, because it's pegged to inflation, where the experts said that formula should be produced in Canada. In this budget, we have money for innovation in agriculture, Mr. Speaker. How does that member think that Canada will be able to do anything if she votes against Canadians' interests time and time again?
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
What's deeply wrong is the fact that parents are waiting every single day for those checks just so they can afford to put groceries on the table. What is deeply wrong is that mothers are begging strangers online for money just so they can afford to buy baby formula. What's deeply wrong is that parents are resorting to buying opened bottles and cases of formula, powdered formula, just so they can feed their kids. This is because of this government's lack of action. So will they actually do something other than just create more bureaucracy? We need action.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, members like that one with the fake outrage as their colleagues stand up and vote against the very mother.
The Honourable Minister.
Just the other day, the member from Bowmanville, Oshawa North, suggested that hungry children should go without because parents should be able to afford to feed their kids. Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker, I have a newsflash. Single mothers like I were in my day needed all the help we could get, and that's what we do for moms every single day in this House.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
This is from a minister who is completely out of touch with Canadians, who are struggling day in and day out to be able to afford the very basic necessities of life. Meanwhile, the members across the way heckle me while Canadians struggle and are going to the food bank in droves. That is because of this government's mismanagement, and they can do something about it. And one of the things that they can do about it is actually scrapping the fuel tax, which would bring down the cost of groceries. Why is this government hell-bent on keeping the fuel tax and making sure that Canadians cannot afford basic necessities?
The Honourable Minister.
Opposite fails to acknowledge is that she voted against every measure that helps single mothers right now, every single day, whether it's fees reduced by early learning and childcare, whether it's access to dental care for children that don't have dental care benefits, whether it's fighting against school food, Mr. Speaker. These Conservatives stand up. They say they feel the pain of moms, especially single moms, but when push comes to shove, they vote against them time and again.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
So what she is saying is that through socialist programs, Canadians can be provided for. That Canadians shouldn't be able to make ends meet on
There's nothing unparliamentary about that word. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge, from the top.
Food prices in this country have risen by 40%, which is way higher than 40% faster than the United States of America, which goes to prove that it has a whole lot to do with this government and its socialist policies. Now, Stats Canada shows that beef is up 17%, chicken is up 6%, apples is up 4%, and baby formula is up 6%. The most stolen item in a grocery store because parents are desperate due to this government's mismanagement. So, folks are suffering. I hosted a town hall last week. Their faces, their stories came forward. These are more than stats, folks. What will this government do about it?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm so proud to be a Liberal, because Liberals believe in helping each other. We believe that when a single mom is having a tough time, we should be there for her. We believe that when a family's down on their luck, we should have an employment insurance program that helps people out when they lose their job. We believe that when people can't access dental care for sometimes up to 20 years and live in pain, we should do something about that as a country. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? That's what Canadians believe. It's why we're known for our universal health care system, Mr. Speaker, because we care about each other.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
This Liberal government is the most expensive in Canadian history. Every dollar the Prime Minister spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians, driving up the cost of everything. Year after year, food costs have gone up, and the Liberals want you to pay more for their food packaging taxes. The Liberal tax on food costs Canadians an additional $5.6 billion a year. Wow. Driving up costs for fresh produce by over 34%. Why is this Prime Minister keeping the food packaging tax and making everything more expensive for struggling Canadians?
Colleagues, all the member did was stand up. And it's not, I mean, come on. The Secretary of State for Rural Development.
Mr. Speaker, for 10 long years, I've been telling the people of Saskatchewan that as a result of what the mismanagement under Stephen Harper, Mr. Speaker, this government spent the last 10 years cleaning up Harper's mess, Mr. Speaker, so we can go on a bold new journey, Mr. Speaker. $51 billion set aside to help Canada build their communities. That's an impressive amount of money, Mr. Speaker. The Saskatchewan MP should wake up, vote for the budget, and back up Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-McKnight.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government is the most expensive in the Canadian history. Every dollar the Prime Minister spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians, driving up the cost of everything. The Prime Minister told Canadians to judge him by the prices they see at the grocery stores. But now, the industrial carbon tax has caused food prices in Canada to rise nearly 40% faster than in the US. Why is the Prime Minister increasing the industrial carbon tax and making food more expensive? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2025, we are making generational investments to build Canada strong. Again, we've cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. This is making sure we put more money back into their pockets, and we're also supporting our young people. We've created new pathways to support them. This is 175,000 jobs for young people through the Canada Summer Jobs, the Student Work Placement Program. We are empowering youth to gain the skills that they need. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to build Canada strong and support our youth in this country.
Honourable Member for Richmond East Steveston.
Mr. Speaker, last spring, my hometown of Richmond voted for a government that would develop clean, reliable electricity to power our economy. In British Columbia, the North Coast Transmission Line has just been referred to the Major Projects Office. It will twin key transmission corridors, reinforce BC's clean grid in the Northwest, and support industry while connecting communities. Can the Minister explain how this project will support BC jobs and lower emissions while helping Canada realize its potential as a critical mineral producer and clean energy superpower?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the North Coast Transmission Line is exactly the kind of enabling infrastructure Canada needs to get to net zero, to become a clean energy superpower, and to diversify our exports. Once in operation, it is suspected to support thousands of direct jobs and help avoid up to 3 million tons of carbon emissions every year. By unlocking our vast natural resources and powering new industries with low carbon electricity, we're giving workers and communities what they want, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Abbotsford residents woke to news of yet another shooting linked to extortion in our communities. Far too many families and businesses across the region have been affected. Under Liberal soft on crime policies, extortion has risen over 500% in BC alone. And in my community, 100 shootings linked to extortion. Why do the Liberals block our request for an emergency debate? And when will this Prime Minister finally get serious about extortion?
The Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the Liberals didn't block any kind of debate. Mr. Speaker, you're well aware you held that ruling yesterday yourself. And the second thing, the best thing to stop extortions is deterrence, Mr. Speaker. If the criminals knew that they would be caught, they would not be involved in such crimes, Mr. Speaker. And one way to deter criminals is to make sure that we give police the tools that they need to be able to catch them. We have brought lawful access measures, Mr. Speaker, in C2 in this House, and guess who's blocking them? The Conservatives are, Mr. Speaker. They will not allow the police to have the tools they need to catch these criminals.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
Since these Liberals took power, extortion is up 330% in Canada. There have been 100 reported extortions already in Surrey, Abbotsford, and Delta. The Prime Minister recently visited British Columbia, and he said nothing about this pressing problem. So the question is this: why are these Liberals allowing extortions to run rampant, whether it be in Calgary, Windsor, Surrey, or Brampton? Why?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this House has before it measures contained in Bill C2 that would give the police long-requested abilities to prevent and to catch extortionists and criminals in our country. The Conservatives, and the Conservatives alone, stood in the way of those particular measures and demanded their removal from C2. That member needs to talk to his whip, talk to his leader, get out of the way of law enforcement, stop extortion in this country. That member needs to stand for law and order.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
Talk is cheap. Actions speak louder than words, Mr. Speaker. That minister needs to look in the mirror. That member, Mr. Speaker, voted against a Conservative bill to put extortionists in jail. That member voted for house arrest for people who do extortion with a firearm. That member voted to repeal mandatory jail time for extortion with a firearm. Talk about being out of touch. Talk about missing the boat on justice, Mr. Speaker. When will they get on board and tackle extortion across this country? When?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government is taking real action to stop those who commit extortion. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives, on the other hand, have failed to make sure that these measures, like lawful access, a measure that every single law enforcement agency, every single police association have been asking for. They've been asking the Conservative Party to step up and to ensure that Bill C-2 is passed with lawful access. I urge the member opposite, who's my critic, to step forward today and to ensure that lawful access becomes law.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Woburn.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canadians and the great people of Scarborough-Woburn voted for a government to build more homes, and they're looking to their new federal government to lead with real solutions. Could the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure update this House on what concrete steps this government's taking to accelerate the building of affordable homes here in Ontario?
Excellent question.
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Scarborough-Woburn for his question and all of his hard work. We are committed, Mr. Speaker, to delivering a massive increase in affordable housing, starting in the GTA and all across Canada. Just last week, we made generational investments across the country to create more than 3,000 homes across Canada for Canadians, and that includes over 1,500 homes, much-needed homes in Ontario. Those homes will give local families an opportunity to be more stable, have affordable places to live. It's time to build Canada strong, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, the $742 million gun grab has been a complete disaster from day one, wrapped in controversy with leaked audio revealing the public safety minister himself admitted that it won't work. The Cape Breton pilot program reportedly only had 22 firearms turned in. Now, the police chief overseeing the program, who is the brother-in-law of the Liberal member, is suddenly retiring. Will the Liberals finally admit the program is a waste of taxpayers' money, it's failed, and scrap it?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, apart from partisan politics, this member from my province of Newfoundland and Labrador voted against a budget that invests in Canada and invests in our province. She voted against families who receive 46,000 families who will see an increase in the Canada benefit. Families who rely on the food.
Excuse me. There is way too much loud heckling coming from that area. And we can't hear the minister, and sometimes we can't even hear members of the colleagues' own party. So would the Minister of Fisheries like to start from the top, please?
Mr. Speaker, instead of playing partisan politics, let's focus on Canadians. The member opposite from Newfoundland and Labrador voted against a budget that invests in Canada, invests in our province, in rural communities, roads, bridges, schools, hospitals, invests in families, the school nutrition program, $800 savings a year for a family with 2 children. The family benefit, 46,000 families rely on this, and there is an increase. Shame on that member.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, it's been said, don't tell me your values, show me your budget, and I'll tell you your values. The Liberal budget chose to slash public services and cut frontline jobs, but eliminate a tax on luxury yachts and private jets. To cover this blatant gift to the rich, the finance minister claimed the tax cost more to administer than it raised, but that's not true. The luxury tax brought in 20 times what it cost, raising hundreds of millions of dollars a year. What value should Canadians take from the Liberals' choice?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Respect for my colleague, but I think he should call Lana Payne the head of Unifor, which represents the Bombardier workers in Montreal, because following the fact that we changed the tax regime on that particular aspect linked to jets, well, Bombardier announced 600 new jobs in Montreal and Quebec. So obviously, like the NDP, we're in favor of unionized jobs, we're in favor of creating jobs, and we'll fight for these ones.
Alors, ça termine la période des questions.
That's all the time there is for oral questions. I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset.
Je vais accorder quelques instants aux collègues.
Let me give some time to our colleagues so they can leave the House, so we can move forward to routine proceedings.
Okay, collègues, nous procéderons maintenant.
We will now move forward. Silence, please. Let us now move to routine proceedings. We will start with tabling of documents.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. Quiet, please. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations has the floor. Could the Parliamentary Secretary wait just a moment? I can't hear him, and I know he has an important document to table. The Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, under the provisions of Standing Order 32-2, I have the honor to table two reports in both official languages. The first report is copies of the 2022-2023 Annual Report on the State of Inuit Culture and Society. The second report is copies of the Yukon Land Claims and Self-Government Agreement Implementation Report for 2017-2022. I request that both reports be referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Thank you.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Identity and Canadian Culture and Minister responsible for official languages, and to the Secretary of State, Sport. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32-2, it is my honour to table in both official languages Canada's combined second and third reports on the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities from November 7th, 2022, along with the 2025 concluding observations of the United Nations Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Tabling of documents. No?
I don't think so.
Okay. Introduction of government. Responses to 4 petitions.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you are quite right. Pursuant to Standing Order 36-8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 4 petitions, and these petitions returns will be tabled in electronic format.
Hear, hear.
Projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
I have the honour to present in both official languages reports of the Canadian branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association for the following activities. The CPA Executive Committee meeting held in London, United Kingdom from May 12th to 13th, 2025. The Belize National Assembly post-election seminar held in Belmopan, Belize from June 4th to 6th, 2025, and the 68th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference held in Bridgetown, Barbados from October 6th to 12th, 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de rapport de
Presenting reports from committees.
dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Sénat. Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member. No, not Sherwood Park. For Kent Leamington, and then probably the honourable member
Thank
for
you,
Sherwood
Mr.
Park.
Speaker. I bring the voices of Canadians bringing the following. The Chinese Communist Party is engaged in a 26-year campaign of eradication against Falun Gong practitioners. They have suffered human rights abuses, including mass arbitrary detentions. They've not only suffered that within China, Mr. Speaker, but also they've been subjected to transnational repression, including bombing and targeting and shooting threats against Shenyun, a classical Chinese dance and music performance presented globally. The G7 leaders have condemned transnational repression, and therefore these petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to publicly call on the Chinese regime to end its persecution of Falun Gong in China and transnational repression abroad, continue to impose sanctions on those to pursue accountability for CCP officials and their proxies, and take stronger measures to protect the Falun Gong community targeted by foreign repression. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas.
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians, we pride ourselves in having free health care. But that's not entirely true. Dental care, physiotherapy, chiropractic services, and massage therapy are all forms of health care that Canadians have to pay for. But to add insult to injury, Mr. Speaker, thousands of Canadians are actually paying GST and HST on their health care. Even with a doctor's referral, Canadians are paying GST and HST on massage therapy. People in my riding are frustrated about the inequity. All forms of health care, including dental care, physio, chiropractic services, all don't have to pay GST, but massage therapy does. Therefore, I am pleased to present this petition to remove GST and HST on massage therapy on their behalf. Thank you very much.
Member for Scarborough Centre, Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present petition E6662, which was signed by nearly 11,000 Canadians. The petitioners wish to call the attention of the Government of Canada to the actions of the Government of Israel in the West Bank and Gaza dating back to 1967, its repeated violations of international law, and the continued suffering experienced by the Palestinians to this day. Until Israel withdraws from the occupied Palestinian territories, they call on Canada to end the sale of military equipment, cancel its free trade agreement, and ensure all who have violated Canadian or international law face justice.
The honourable member for Kitchener. Sorry, Waterloo. I'm sorry, apologize. Same region, but anyway.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Within the Waterloo region is 5 ridings, and I'm pleased to represent the good people of the riding of Waterloo. Mr. Speaker, constituents within the region of Waterloo, dozens of them, have signed a petition calling on the Government of Canada to work with Prince Edward Island Special Committee on Poverty. So they are talking about the Guaranteed Basic Income program. There was suggested a pilot within PEI. So constituents would really like the Government of Canada to advance this important work to implement a Guaranteed Basic Income program demonstration, and I'm pleased to present this petition on their behalf. Thank you.
Honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
It's a privilege to rise on behalf of constituents of mine from Courtenay, Cumberland, Arrington, and Parksville, who all signed a petition. They cite that when the Plant Breeders' Rights Act was amended in 2015, farmers rang the bell, that the age-old right to save seed on their own farms was being reframed as farmers' privilege that could be taken away by regulation. They warn future governments could side with foreign multinationals that want to force farmers to buy seed from them and pay royalties every year, and that the CFIA's proposed regulatory amendment does just that, starting with fruit, vegetable, ornamental, and hybrid varieties. The thousands of petitioners are calling on the government to abandon this corporate power grab and say no to proposed changes that would remove farmers' privilege for new varieties of fruit, ornamental and vegetable plants, and hybrid varieties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, petitioners from my community, as well as others, have petitioned this House to please, in this House, take note of the reality that the signatories and parties to the Paris Agreement, including Canada, have committed to pursue efforts to limit temperature increase to 1.5 degrees C above pre-industrial levels and as far below 2 degrees as possible. They call upon the Government of Canada to take bold climate action to ensure that Canada pulls its weight in the world. Summarizing, Mr. Speaker, they call for Canada to reduce greenhouse gases and to do so by arresting the growth in oil sands expansion, opposing all new fossil fuel infrastructure, and work with the provinces to phase out the few remaining places where there is coal-fired electricity while investing in the transition to a prosperous, decarbonized economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table a petition on behalf of residents of Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford, who are concerned with the rising rates of organized violence, extortion, shootings, and intimidation across the lower mainland of British Columbia. Daylight shootings, murders, and other acts of violence highlight a more systemic public safety crisis. The petitioners mourn the tragic death of Darshan Singh Sassi. These residents call upon the Government of Canada to reinforce the process of public reporting so Canadians can clearly see how federal, provincial, and local municipalities are working together to prevent further increases in violent and organized crime. The second petition I would like to raise today, Mr. Speaker, is on behalf of British Columbians who are concerned about human trafficking. They are calling upon the Government of Canada to strengthen the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act to address these shortcomings and put an end to human trafficking in Canada. The third petition I would like to raise today, Mr. Speaker, is on behalf of angered parents who are concerned with the actions of BC Housing and their proposed safe consumption site across the street from Abbotsford Traditional School. Petitioners are calling upon the federal government to enforce the decriminalization policies, the protection of children that were in that agreement with the British Columbia, and halt all funding to BC Housing until they remove this proposed project and find an alternative location for this housing project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 petitions to present today. First, I rise to present the following petition. Petitioners feel it is unacceptable that Canadians choose medical assistance in dying because they lack access to services and treatment. They feel that that is not a real choice. The petitioners feel that for those living with a non-terminal chronic illness, choosing MAID would be devaluing their life. Recently, there was an article telling the very moving tale of an ill man. A social worker more or less suggested to him that he should stop fighting and that he should choose MAID. That is not compassion. It is our duty to protect human life. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to protect all Canadians whose death is not reasonably foreseeable. Mr. Speaker, true compassion is not offering death. It is offering acute support and hope.
Ruling today has been brought to me by members of the Ukrainian community. They highlight that more than 200,000 Ukrainians have found safe haven in Canada since 2022. While the cost of living is affecting Canadians across the country, it's also deeply challenging for newcomers. Many face emotional and financial pressures, including the high costs of importing personal belongings from Ukraine. La limite actuelle du Canada.
Canada's current limit for customs is $20. which has not changed since 1992. Because of that, Ukrainians must often pay customs on personal items sent by their families. This makes life harder for them.
The government to raise the duty-free limit for packages from Ukraine to at least $150 in line with humanitarian principles and reciprocal measures under the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. And the third and final petition I'm tabling today raises concern about recommendation 430 in the Finance Committee's pre-budget report. This recommendation calls for the stripping of charitable status from all houses of worship, from all faith communities. Petitioners are deeply concerned about this proposal, and although this wasn't contained in this particular budget, the government has yet to repudiate this recommendation, and petitioners call on the government to never implement the recommendations of their own Liberal-dominated Finance Committee, in particular on recommendation 430. Thank you.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition on behalf of Canadians who are concerned about access to disability supports for those living with severe mental illness. The petitioners note that Canadians diagnosed with conditions such as bipolar disorder and schizophrenia continue to face greater barriers when trying to apply for federal disability programs. They believe current forms do not fully recognize the serious and life-altering impacts of psychological disabilities. They call upon the Government of Canada to improve how disability related to mental illness is assessed so that vulnerable Canadians and their families can receive the support that they need. I'm honored to table this petition on their behalf. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, the question on the order paper. Questions on the order paper?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the government's responses to questions numbers 396 to 408 could be made for orders for return, these returns will be tabled in electronic format immediately. And then after that, Mr. Speaker, finally I would ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. Yes.
On notices of motions, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be also allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Government orders, government bills, Commons, report stage of Bill C4, Making Life More Affordable for Canadians Act.
No motion at report stage. The House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau pour.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau for Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Long, moves that Bill C4, an act respecting certain affordability measures for Canadians and another measure, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. On division, we're all in agreement? I therefore declare the motion carried on division. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now.
Monsieur McKinnon for Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. McKinnon for Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Long, moves that Bill C4, an act respecting certain affordability measures for Canadians and another measure, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and speak to a very important piece of legislation. A legislation that we had a great deal of discussion that followed the federal election back in April. The Prime Minister and the Liberal caucus is committed to building the strongest economy in the G7. That is something in which we have talked a great deal about
But more important than talking about it, Mr. Speaker, you'll find that there are many initiatives that the government has actually taken to ensure that we are on track to be the strongest economy in the G7 countries, Mr. Speaker. We take the issue very seriously. A number of pieces of legislation, C4 being one of them, that was introduced shortly after the last election in order to be able to address the issues that came out of the election and the general feeling in terms of how we needed to be able to be there for Canadians in all regions of the country. When you reflect on the issue of Bill C4, it principally does three things. It provides a tax break for over 22 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's more than half the population of Canada receiving a tax break. And that's why, you know, when we hear a lot about the issue of affordability, and we are very much concerned about the issue of affordability, when we hear Conservatives stand in their place and they talk and they try to challenge us on the affordability issue, I would like for them to reflect in terms of their position on the budget, on issues like Bill C4. Affordability through Bill C4 is literally putting money in the pockets of Canadians directly through a tax break, Mr. Speaker. We understand and we appreciate that individuals are having a difficult time on the issue of affordability. And that's why it was so important that we bring in the legislation as we made the commitment to do so, Mr. Speaker, in the last election. You know, it was not that long ago when our Prime Minister assumed the role as Prime Minister earlier this year. And one of the very first actions he had taken since sitting in the Prime Minister's chair was to give Canadians a tax break on the carbon tax, recognizing that by getting rid of the carbon tax, it too would have a positive impact for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. It is one of the ways, and I know the Conservatives don't necessarily like this, but is one of the issues which clearly shows that the Liberal Party was able to make the changes from within to be able to address the needs and desires of the Canadian population, which ultimately put us in a better position going into the last federal election. When I reflect on that last federal election, there was a number of issues that came to the table. One of them, and I've referenced it in the past, is the three T's: Trump, tariffs, and trade, and the impact that was actually having on Canada. And we had a Prime Minister with an incredible background, a background that saw him being appointed as the Bank of Governor for Canada, Canada's Bank of Canada, the Governor of the Bank of Canada. Get that out right, Mr. Speaker. Interesting enough, it was actually Stephen Harper that actually appointed him into that position because of his credentials. And then, Mr. Speaker, he was also the Governor of the Bank of England. And he is an economist, someone that truly understands how an economy works, Mr. Speaker. And I think that Canadians reflected on that when they did the comparisons between the two leaders, when they can see the types of actions that the Prime Minister has taken, C4 included. 2 significant tax breaks. First, as I say, the getting rid of the carbon tax, and second, through Bill C4, giving the tax break to 22 million Canadians. But that's not where it stops. There's more to Bill C4, Mr. Speaker. Not only does it take the carbon tax out of the law, it also gave the tax breaks, but finally, the third point is that it gave a tax exemption on the GST for first-time home buyers, Mr. Speaker, enabling first-time home buyers an opportunity to be able to afford a little bit more in the purchasing of a home of up to $1 million, Mr. Speaker, a home of $1 million of value. These are the type of initiatives that the Prime Minister had taken virtually out of the gate, Mr. Speaker. And we recognize that there is so much that can be done to support Canadians on the affordability issue. And we look across the way to the Conservatives, and we presented a budget in which all but two actually voted against, Mr. Speaker. And they need to know what it is that they voted against, along with the tax breaks that we've been talking about. Things such as the issue of the National School Food Program, a program that I've had the opportunity, and many of my colleagues through question period have had the chance to raise. And interesting to see the response that we get from the Conservative Party. The National School Program, much like the National Dental Program, we can talk about the National Pharmacare Program. We can talk about the Child Care Program. We can even go into the Canada Children's Benefit Program, Mr. Speaker, all of which the Conservatives voted against. But interesting enough, the one that I want to highlight is the National School Food Program, because I find it hard to believe, especially when you hear some of the questions. You know, today we had members stand up and they were talking about children. And what is the government doing to support food for children? You know, members should give some thought to what it is that they voted against before they maybe ask some of the questions that they actually ask. The National Food Program for Children, Mr. Speaker, provides financial supports working with the provinces to ensure that children in schools, young children, actually have a breakfast, Mr. Speaker. Something nutritious, which is so critically important. You get the far right within the Conservatives saying, well, it's a garbage program. They don't understand. Then you get others that say, well, we want parents to feed their own children. Mr. Speaker, I've pointed this fact out before. I've been a parliamentarian for many years, serving in Manitoba. Sharon Carstairs, I am a very big fan. She was one of my mentors. I remember her back in the late 80s saying that we have hundreds of children in the province of Manitoba that are going to school empty, and you can't learn on an empty stomach. There's many reasons why we have children that do not and have not the opportunity to be able to have a breakfast. This provides children the opportunity to actually learn with something that's in their tummy, Mr. Speaker. And then you have that reaction from the Conservative, and let there be no doubt, a national program, and if it was completely up to me, I'd be inclined to bring in legislation to put it into place, Mr. Speaker, because the Conservatives have been very clear. They do not support that program. And that's where we see the contrast. When you have a sound social policy to support our children, the Conservatives, for the far-right reasons, are saying no to it. And yet then they're critical of the government, saying that we don't care about children? Seriously, Mr. Speaker? Take a look at all the things in which we do to support children, in which the Conservatives have actually voted against, Mr. Speaker. That's the reason why I do not support the many actions that the Conservative Party has taken. Take a look how long it's taken us to even get Bill C-4 at this particular stage. Introduced months ago. Months ago. Well, Mr. Speaker, the point is the opportunities are there. And I would hope that the Conservative Party would recognize the value of initiatives that we are actually taking. Now, I understand, I believe actually last summer they might have even voted in favor of C-4. Now, things have changed. Their leader has gotten elected here, so that might have changed the dynamics somewhat. But the point is, at least in principle, it appears as if they do support some of the initiatives. I think they should go the extra mile. And the extra mile being recognizing the value that's within the budget itself. Because there are many initiatives that Bill C-4 builds upon in regards to the budget that we actually presented, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to make reference to a couple of the ones in which I feel are really important for us to recognize. Investing in our communities. Literally hundreds of millions of dollars, virtually every year for a number of years now. We are going to be investing in infrastructure that deals with things like hospitals, roads, bridges, community facilities. I think all of which, things of that nature, is how we build a stronger infrastructure for our economy. And that is a big part of it. You know, today in question period, we had a number of Conservatives stand up and they're attempting to mock the Prime Minister because of his travel. In fact, I would ultimately argue, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister is doing exactly what it is that he should be doing. At a time of uncertainty, no one here can predict in terms of what President Donald Trump might say. But what we do know, Mr. Speaker, is that Canada needs to lessen our reliance on U.S.-Canada trade. It doesn't mean ignore it. We love it. We want to see it grow, and we'll do what we can on it. But what's really important, Mr. Speaker, is that we expand trade opportunities beyond the United States. And we have a Prime Minister that truly understands that, even though the Conservative Party is negative towards this sort of travel. Things don't just happen overnight. It takes time. And we've achieved a great deal. I was glad that the Prime Minister was in Malaysia, Mr. Speaker, because while he was in Malaysia, he actually met with the President Marcos of the Philippines. And there was a healthy discussion that had taken place, in essence saying that they want to be able to achieve a trade agreement between Canada and the Philippines in 2026. Is that not something that's positive? I would argue yes. We now have Bill C-13, I believe it is, Mr. Speaker, which ultimately allows for more trade opportunities between Canada, Great Britain, and Northern Ireland. Substantial piece of legislation that's before us, like C-4, Mr. Speaker. And what does that do? It enables us to have more trade between Canada, England, and Northern Ireland. Take a look in terms of what's happened in Indonesia. Again, the Prime Minister has reached out, and you'll see once again agreements that are being made as a direct result because we have a Prime Minister that is committed to expanding trade opportunities beyond the Canada-USA border. So when you take a look in terms of, well, what is it that C-4 does? It's all a part of a plan to build Canada as the strongest economy in the G7. We need to recognize that in order to protect Canada's economic sovereignty, Mr. Speaker, we have to be aware of what's taking place at the ground level and why it was important that we provide tax relief. And we also have to be aware of what's taking place outside our borders and respond to it. That's why you'll see a huge commitment, a commitment that we haven't seen for generations towards our military. You know, raising it to 2%. That is a 2% of the GDP. That is a substantial commitment that's going to make a difference in virtually every region of our country as we expand opportunities for Canadian businesses in particular to be able to invest and beef up our Canadian military, Mr. Speaker. These are the types of things that have impacts in terms of where we are, in terms of our taxation levels, and how it is that we can expand upon things of that nature. When we talk about local, I make reference to international and what it is the Prime Minister has done there. Take a look in terms of what we've done at the local level. You know, virtually immediately after the last federal election, we had a Prime Minister that was actually meeting with the different premiers, territories, Indigenous leaders, talking about the importance of a one Canadian economy, which ultimately led to Bill C-5. Bill C-5 amplified the need for us to have a one Canadian economy that deals with labor also, and the mobility of labor in our country, Mr. Speaker. A critically important area that was led by the Prime Minister, working with premiers, Indigenous leaders, and others, in order so that we can actually present, through Bill C-5, a major project proposal that has now had 2 runs, Mr. Speaker. The first one, I think the total accumulation was like $60 billion of investment that's coming down the pipe. That's a significant amount of money. And if you take a look at and you incorporate the second one, I believe it's over $50 billion. Don't quote me on it, Mr. Speaker. Not as familiar with it, but I can tell you that every region of the country will benefit by it. Whether it's copper mines in Saskatchewan, the Port of Montreal, the latest in Atlantic Canada to LNG in BC, the work that's being done in terms of the relationship building between Alberta and Ottawa. There is a genuine attempt to make sure that all of Canada, all of its regions benefit, just like Bill C-4 is providing opportunities dealing with another important issue, the issue of affordability. And you know, it's interesting on the housing aspect of it, Mr. Speaker, not only does that tax break for first-time home buyers help them directly, it also helps in terms of the housing industry, making it more affordable. And Mr. Speaker, I see I have less than a minute to go, but suffice to say, I am very grateful that through this legislation, that these tax breaks are going to be given to Canadians. And I would like to think that all members, every member of all political entities in the House should get behind Bill C-4 and support Canadians. Over 22 million will benefit by the tax break in itself. But to take a look at the broader picture of what it is that this government has been able to accomplish in, 8 months? I think it's going, and we're on the right track to make Canada strong and the strongest in the economy in the G7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vernon, Lake Country, Monashee.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to correct one thing that the member said. It's not that Conservatives don't believe in the school lunch program. It's that we don't believe in driving parents into penury so that they have no choice but to use it. The Liberals keep talking about a tax break for 22 million Canadians, but at the same time they keep the industrial carbon tax on, which effectively penalizes 40 million Canadians. So I'm wondering if the member is actually serious about tax breaks, why would the Liberals not take off the industrial tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
For clarifications for my colleague across the way, the Conservative Party's position on the National Food Program is to get rid of the program. They don't even recognize its existence. That is the reality in terms of what it is the Conservative Party's position is on it. And if I'm wrong, I would look to within the House leadership to come forward. But I would remind my friend across the way, he's even had colleagues that have called the program complete garbage. He's had other colleagues that said that it hasn't delivered anything. So you might want to revisit that particular argument. And I see my friend from Regina Wascana wants to ask a question. Levan wants to ask a question also.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, Bill C4 would get rid of the carbon tax for individual consumers, but there's no measure to offset the negative effects on the environment. And remember that the abolition of the carbon tax was accompanied by a check given out to all the Canadians in the middle of an election campaign because they were no longer paying this tax. So millions were taken from the pockets of Canadians and Quebecers, and the National Assembly of Quebec asked for this money to be paid back to Quebecers. The Bloc talked about this before the budget. Is this government going to give back the $814 million that was stolen from Quebecers?
Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I for one am very much grateful for our new Prime Minister and the way in which she's made the determination that we can, in fact, get rid of the carbon tax. That's what Bill C4 does in terms of law. And I'm very grateful that he has also recognized within this legislation that there's a need to give a direct tax break to all Canadians. And obviously that includes every region of the country on our income taxes, Mr. Speaker, some 22 million Canadians. And that I fully support.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Madawaska-Restigouche.
The honourable member from Madawaska-Restigouche. I'm a new member, Mr. Speaker. I've only been here for a few months. And what I've noticed is that on this side of the House, we are trying to help Canadians to face the cost of living, and we are creating concrete measures, and we vote in favor of those measures. But on the official opposition side, we hear lots of questions about the cost of living from them. They get up in arms during question period, but when it comes to an actual vote on concrete policies, they vote against measures to help with the cost of living. So I'd like to ask my colleague, since he has a lot of experience in this House, is it common for members of the official opposition to oppose measures that aim to help Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
You know, I appreciate the question. And unfortunately, if you take a look at the issue of the cost of living, think in terms of the programs that are incorporated within the budget. You have programs such as the National Food Program that we've had some discussion on. You have the PharmaCare program. You have the Dental Care program. You have the Child Care program. You have the Canada Child Benefits program, all of which collectively are there to support children and others because of the issue of cost of living and others. And both the Bloc and the Conservatives have voted against the budget. And I find that they lose a great deal of credibility. During the budget debate, it's not like you heard many of them standing up and saying, well, I like this program, I like that program, I like this program. It was all negativity towards the budget, and ultimately they voted no.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, and I do enjoy the speeches coming out of the member from Winnipeg North because they're always full of interesting information that really doesn't have much truth to it. And you can tell when that happens because he gets louder and louder the more information he spreads. Like when he gets really loud, you know that he's telling a whopper of a tale. We saw that actually in the debate he had with the member from Sherwood Park in the University of Winnipeg last week. We saw him get louder and louder when the member from Sherwood Park kept on beating him in the debate. But I do want to get back to the lunch program, because I've said this time and time again, and I'd love the member for Winnipeg North to answer me this. Is that not an indictment on your government that you have to feed kids at school now because parents can't afford to? You caused that. This Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, you do not, this Liberal government caused an affordability crisis by spending money they didn't have, by creating inflation. So they are the ones that have made it unable for parents to feed their own kids. The school lunch program is an indictment of their last 10 years of failed Liberal policy.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you want to talk about someone that doesn't understand reality, review that particular question. You know, the member has no concept in terms of what the program is, nor was he actually listening. Now, with respect to the member from Sherbrooke Park and the debate that took place at the University of Winnipeg, I think he might want to review actually what had taken place. And I've put out the challenge to the member that we should actually have a part 2 over at the Carleton University here in Ottawa. And I look forward to having that debate also. And I would be love to see the member that just spoke any time, whether it's, I'll even go to Regina to debate him, Mr. Speaker. But I suspect there's no way he'll accept that challenge because he knows he will be embarrassed, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the debate we're having today on this important legislation. Constituents within the riding of Waterloo have been sharing many comments and many concerns. So I was pleased to see that there was no report stage amendments and that we are debating third reading. Would like to see this pass so that Canadians can actually benefit from the impacts. Another thing Canadians are saying that this House used to have constructive feedback coming from a strong opposition, and there's been a lacking of it. It seems that the official opposition does not want to see programs be improved, does not want to offer constructive feedback to ensure more Canadians can benefit. I understand this legislation will benefit 22 million Canadians. We know that times have been tough, but I would like to understand from the member, what does he believe is important for the Conservatives to do to help more Canadians and to really ensure that we can deliver, because that is the role that we play. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, and just a very quick note, when you take a look in terms of the legislative agenda, we could talk about what it is that we've actually brought in. Bill C-2, Safer Borders. We had the Lost Canadians, the tax, today's legislation, the One Canadian Economy, critical cyber systems, combating hate, modern trees, the military court to civilian court, the new borders, Bill C-12, the treaty between Canada, England, and Northern Ireland, the bail reform legislation. There's a lot that's there of substance. It's to the benefit of Canadians. We ask for the Conservatives to get on board and support good legislation. There's a lot of it. And to the member from Regina Levat, I sure hope to have that debate maybe in December. I would be happy to help organize something in December, in January. Hopefully he'll show up.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite extols the virtue of a food program and how many meals it provides. And his own officials, his own department replied to a question saying there was no final data on the program results for 2025 because they're not yet available. So why is he misleading this House and Canadians?
Oh, sorry. The member cannot say that a member is misleading this House and this chamber. I would invite the member to retract that statement.
I will retract that statement and ask why that member said that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
What games the member is up to. Tell the member directly. The food program exists. Children are being fed. Contrary to the Conservative Party, the Government of Canada supports the children of Canada. That is something in which is incorporated into the budget, and I sure wish the members opposite would understand the program, support the program, and abandon their leader of the Conservative Party's approach to not supporting the program.
Before we return to resuming debate, alors, conformément à l'article 30...
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. the Honourable Member for York-Durham, Housing, the Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City, Finance, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni, Mental Health and Addictions.
Members are still engaging in debate and suggesting words that the Parliamentary Secretary should have used during his questions and comments, but that time is now over. We are now in resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Speaker, I just want to seek unanimous consent to split my time.
Do we have unanimous consent to split the member's time? Yes? So agreed, so ordered. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
So, Mr. Speaker, I've got to say there are three things that are assured in life, and that's death, taxes, and a Liberal government that breaks his promises. Yeah, here. The member opposite says. 6 months ago, the Liberals stood here and told Canadians to trust them just one more time. They promised lower spending, lower costs, and to reduce the size and scope of the federal government. They said they had heard Canadians loud and clear. They said they finally understood the pain that they had caused. It's like a toxic ex. They said that things this time would be different. And every single one of those promises, their record is nothing but failure, total utter failure. Every single one of them. This House passed a budget with a record $78 billion deficit. That's more than twice the size of the one that Justin Trudeau wanted to run years ago. And that's a tiny change. It's not a tiny change, I should say. It's not a rounding error. It's billions and billions of dollars. And if anybody thinks the Liberals are going to stop at $78 billion, well, then I have a bridge to sell them. And I think the Parliamentary Budget Officer would also have something to say to that, too. In fact, he said the chances of them, of their out-of-control spending being less than $78 billion was less than 10%. If someone told you there was less than 10% chance of you being able to start your car in the morning, you would get a new car. Or if there was less than a 10% chance that you would pass a math test, you would get a tutor. But when we learn that the chances are less than 10% that this government shows just a little bit of fiscal restraint or fiscal discipline, the Liberals will tell that budget officer that he's likely going to be out of a job for telling the truth. And here's what else he had to say, just so I can remind everybody watching. He said the spending is, quote, shocking, stupefying, and unsustainable. And he's a neutral, nonpartisan appointee of this place. He was put in by this very government. The office was put in by the very government, I should say. The government is dropping $90 billion in new spending onto the books, and that's over $5,000 for every single household in Canada. That's money taken directly out of the pockets of Canadian families and seniors through higher taxes, through higher inflation, and through higher interest rates. And why talk about that? We already spend more on the debt than this country spends on transfers to the provinces for healthcare, or every dollar that is collected in GST, meaning that every dollar that's collected on the sales tax in this country doesn't go to doctors, and it doesn't go to nurses, and it doesn't go to hospital capacity. It goes to bankers, and it goes to bondholders to pay for their addiction to spending. If you think Justin Trudeau's continuing gift to you and your family is fiscal responsibility, then this guy should just say, hold my beer. You keep paying for his irresponsible spending at $5,000 a pop per household. And it's only going to get worse. This Prime Minister and his Finance Minister continue to run debt on the taxpayer credit card. They're effectively sinking the next generation. I'll have much more to say about the budget, because I think it's wrong and it's dangerous for so many reasons. But we're here today to continue this debate on affordability. So let's talk about what the government is doing on affordability, or rather, what the government is doing to affordability. All you have to look at is the lineups in every major city at food banks, in every small town. 2 million people in this country are now visiting a food bank every single month. It's 4 million people in Toronto. In the span of 1 year alone, 1 in 5 people are now skipping meals. They're skipping meals to make that food last longer. It's not just about numbers, it's about the people behind the numbers. The kid that goes to school every single day on an empty stomach can't learn and grow. It's the college-educated worker who, despite working a full-time job, he still finds himself or herself at the end of the month with not enough to pay the bills. It's a senior citizen who, after years of sacrificing and saving, has to make the choice between heating her home or having a hot lunch. These are the stories that we hear in our neighborhoods every single day, and all of this is happening in Canada. This is the country that is supposed to be one of the richest in the world. And it's the Prime Minister's response that is the most troubling, because it's not compassion for him. For him, inflation is something that happens to other people. The response from Ottawa has been textbook on this. Another government program, like some form of, some version of central planning that will make this problem go away, not to actually solve the problem. It's more spending. It's a central bank economist that somehow missed that class that taught you that an increase in money supply in this country leads to inflation. Whatever you want to call it, it is spending, whether they call it investment or by any other name. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing, and it costs every single family more than $5,000 in this country. So for the small amount of tax cut that they get, and believe me, we're not going to stand here and oppose a tax cut, but if you're giving somebody a small tax cut and then on the other end, you're going to charge them $5,000 for your irresponsible spending, Canadians are going to have a lot of questions, and that's exactly what we're here to do. 1 + 1 never equals 2 with this government. It's keeping in place things like the Liberal taxes on food that make life more expensive, while denying that they exist. It would be only Liberals that deny the industrial carbon tax on a farmer that grows food. It would be Liberals who deny a fuel standard on a trucker who ships food. It would only be Liberals that deny a packaging tax on the people that sell food. And it would only be Liberals that stand in this House every single day and deny that the person who is buying food is now paying more for it because of their taxes. The Liberals say that they're going to cut taxes in this bill, but you got to read the fine print. The tax cut adds up to $90 a year for an average Canadian. $90 of savings. But the $5,000, the more than $5,000 they're going to be spending because of this Liberals' irresponsible budget really wipes out that $90 a month. So who really comes out on top is the question. So when you go to a casino in Las Vegas, and I'm sure there's some people who are watching at home that have been to a casino in Las Vegas, the house always wins. Eventually, the house wins. And when you live in Canada, it's starting to feel like the government always wins and Canadians always lose. Because the $90 that they give you a month is wiped out entirely by the irresponsible inflationary spending of their massive deficits that they're running. Deficits that they promised that they would keep down $16 billion less than what they put on the table. Deficits that are bigger than Justin Trudeau's deficits. Deficits that are the biggest in this country other than COVID. So instead of more of this, the bait and switch that we continue to see, here's what I think common sense would dictate that we should do. Let's cut income taxes for real. Not by $90, but by hundreds of dollars a year per Canadian, by thousands of dollars a year for every Canadian, so that families can actually get relief and get ahead. Let's cut taxes on home building so that young people can finally afford a home in this country. Let's cut the carbon tax in all of its forms, in the industrial carbon tax, the hidden taxes on food, the plastics ban, the fuel standard, making growing, shipping, and selling food more expensive. Let's cut all of those taxes. Let's not say that these taxes are imaginary, because for millions of families across the country, and if you've been in the neighborhood and if you've been to your grocery store, which the Prime Minister hasn't been to, you would know that Canadians are paying more this year than they were last year. They were paying more last year than they were paying the year before. And that is a shame in this country, because it is their taxes that are increasing the price of food. Every Canadian who cannot make ends meet right now should know that their tax dollars are being spent responsibly in Ottawa. The government doesn't have money. They can only tax you to get more of it. And when they spend it irresponsibly, it's going to cost Canadians' family more than $5,000 a year. And everybody should know that.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Québec.
The honourable member for Quebec Centre.
Thank you. I listened with some attention to the speech, and I wonder how someone from the Conservative Party could vote against a bill that reduces taxes, middle-income taxes, for 22 million Canadians. How is that possible? How is it possible that, given her speech, where she says that she wants taxes on new homes for new buyers to be removed, that's exactly what this bill does. How can she vote against such a bill?
Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, they needed us to get to this point in the debate. I don't know if the member is new here, but we would never oppose tax cuts. What we are saying, though, is that the $90 that they're giving Canadians is wiped out immediately by the $5,000 that they are piling on every single Canadian family. So I'm not sure how that member sits with that government and votes for that.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois fully supports the second part of the bill, including with the GST cut for new buyers. We don't think this goes far enough, because when we look at what's really preventing people from accessing property, it's that it can be hard for them to save up a deposit. And also the fact that home prices and rents are skyrocketing. So it's hard to save for a deposit. So we have two specific suggestions in the Bloc Québécois. One of them would be that parents could use the RESP to access property. That would be a zero-cost measure. And the other one would be a no-interest loan for first-time homebuyers. That would cost almost nothing. So I'd like to hear what my honourable colleague thinks of those ideas.
Member for Thornhill.
Speaker, I just want to say that home ownership in this country didn't used to be a distant dream for so many Canadians. And today, there are 8 out of 9 young people that do not believe that they will ever own a home in this country. We brought forward solutions in the Conservative platform to which they made some promises on housing. They delivered 1 out of the 3 promises, and probably the one that affects home buyers the least. Their solution to housing in this country is to build yet a 4th bureaucracy at $13 billion to build even less homes than we've had in this country. Housing starts in every single city are down this month, and year over year they will continue to go down because of more bureaucracy and less tax cuts on housing.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague and friend for that wonderful speech. And I'm sure, like herself, many of us were back in our ridings and talking to people, and affordability comes up almost in every conversation, whether it's the cost at the grocery stores, the cost of rent, the cost of filling your tank. And Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the Liberals are not getting that same feedback, or they're just so out of touch. Because when I talk to people when they go to the grocery store, they literally look at stuff on the shelf, and then they have to put it back because they don't have enough money at the end of the month. So the paychecks are not going as far as they used to. And we've seen in the Quality of Life Index, Canada's went from 7th to 25th in the world when it comes to Quality of Life Index. Everything has got worse over the last 10 years. This wasn't the case before 2015, and it won't be the case after. Can she have some feedback from what her riding was saying to her this past week?
Honourable member for Thornhill.
I thank my friend for that question. You know, I wanted to test this out. I was at home in my riding, and like a lot of my other colleagues, I hear the same questions about affordability and the fact that Canadians are just getting sacked with higher grocery prices, higher prices on homes, on gas. And so I tried an experiment. You know, I went to a grocery store in a riding represented by a Liberal right next door to mine, and lo and behold, I heard the exact same conversations. The exact same people came up to me, or people in that grocery store came up to me, and they also told me about the taxes on food, the unaffordable housing, the unaffordable gas and groceries and home heating. So it turns out that they are hearing that from their constituents. It's just that they're not doing anything about it.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Vernon, Lake Country, Monashee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to Bill C4 and to the growing affordability crisis gripping Canadians from coast to coast. And nowhere has it felt more sharply than in my own riding of Vernon Lake Country, Monashee. This bill, like so many introduced by this Liberal government, fails to meet the moment. It offers slogans instead of solutions and bureaucracy instead of hope. While Ottawa debates, Canadian families are being forced to make choices that no one in a country as rich as Canada in resources should ever have to make, choices between heating their home and feeding their children. In the Okanagan, Lumbee, Nakusp, and the Slocan Valley, I've spoken with parents who quietly started skipping meals so that their kids can eat. Seniors who worked their entire lives are now relying on food banks. And for the first time ever, food banks in our communities are reporting record numbers of working families. Those are peoples with jobs needing help just to get by. Mr. Speaker, this is not the Canada they were promised. The data is as stark as it is shameful. Food inflation in Canada is rising faster than in nearly every other G7 nation. While the United States, France, and Germany have all seen food price growth start to level off, Canadian families are still paying more every single month. According to Statistics Canada, grocery prices have risen more than 20% since 2020. That's hundreds of dollars a month for the average family. And yet this government continues to tax the very farmers and truckers who bring food to our table. They've tripled the carbon tax, which adds cost to every stage of the food supply chain. The fertilizer on the farm, to the fuel in the trucks, to the power in the grocery store. The result is higher prices on every item in the shopping cart. And now with Bill C4, the government wants to expand bureaucracy and regulatory oversight at a time when Canadians are begging for economic relief, not more red tape. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear about what this means for real families in my riding. In Armstrong, dozens of workers at the Tolko Armstrong Lumber and the White Valley Veneer were recently laid off. These are hardworking men and women, millwrights, forklift operators, all dedicated to a proud local industry. Tolko's statement was clear. They are not shutting down because of a lack of markets. They are shutting down because of a lack of economical fiber and because regulatory policy has made it nearly impossible to compete. And the situation is made worse by the softwood lumber tariff still imposed by the United States. Tariffs this Liberal government has utterly failed to resolve. Those illegal tariffs have cost Canadian producers more than $8 billion in duties since 2017. That's money that could have gone to keep mills open, workers employed, and the community stable. Instead, it's been siphoned away by an apparently unsolvable trade dispute that this government treats as an afterthought. To make matters worse, the folks who were laid off continue to be penalized by higher prices on the food they can no longer afford, prices directly attributable to Liberal actions. Canadians deserve a government that stands up for forestry families in the North Okanagan and not one that leaves them behind. They deserve a government that protects our farmers and food producers, not one that taxes them into insolvency and treats their property like their own. Canadians deserve a government that recognizes that affordability is not just an abstract policy. It's about whether a mother can afford milk for her kids or whether a senior can keep the heat on, whether a young couple can ever hope to buy a home. Mr. Speaker, the answer is not another bill that expands government reach. The answer is to restore economic discipline and wasteful spending and remove barriers to growth in every region of this country. It means fighting to end the softwood lumber tariffs once and for all through strong, principled diplomacy backed by a government that actually defends Canadian workers. It means repealing the hidden industrial carbon tax that drives up prices on everything, every single step of the way. Mr. Speaker, in the end, this debate is not about partisanship, it's about priorities. In Lumbee, one father told me he's been working 2 jobs since his forestry layoff, but still can't afford groceries and rent in the same month. This is the absurd cycle of Liberal economic policy. Tax more, regulate more, and make life more expensive for those who can least afford it, and then add insult to injury by boasting about its handouts. You see, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-4 was presented as a step toward making life more affordable. But buried beneath the talking points, what we actually find is yet another expansion of government control, yet another layer of Ottawa intervention that will do nothing to lower grocery bills or pay the rent. Instead of addressing the real drivers of inflation, overspending, overtaxation, and overregulation, this government keeps pretending it can spend its way out of a crisis it created by overspending in the first place. Let's remember, Mr. Speaker, inflation didn't just happen in Canada. It was made in Canada. It was made by a government that printed and borrowed $500 billion and then denied that it would ever cause inflation. While ordinary Canadians tightened their belts, this government expanded its own. It increased the size of the public service by nearly 40% since 2015, yet federal services have never been slower. Passports, veteran benefits, EI claims, everything takes longer and costs more, and my staff back in the riding can attest to that. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better than this endless cycle of spending, taxing, and gaslighting. They deserve leadership that believes in the strength of our workers, the promise of our industries, and the common sense of the Canadian people. Do we believe in empowering Canadians to build, grow, and thrive? Or do we believe that Ottawa always knows best? My constituents have made their answer clear. They want a government that gets out of the way, lets them work, and lets them keep more of what they earn. They want affordable food, secure jobs, and a future worth staying here in Canada for. Bill C-4 does not deliver that. It's time for this government to stop managing decline and start building prosperity. For the forestry workers in Lumby, for the family lining up at the food banks in Vernon, and for every Canadian who still believes that hard work should pay off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In listening to the member, I get the impression he's voting against the legislation, so maybe he can provide some clarification whether or not he'll be, does he support this Bill C-4? I'd be very interested in knowing that. And on another note, just recognizing that many of the concerns that he raised in terms of supporting Canadians, and we recognize the affordability, and that's why we have things such as the National Food Program for Children and the dental program, which helps seniors and others, why we have a National Pharmacare program, and continue to have increases to things like GIS and OAS. I wonder if he could provide his thoughts. Does he support those types of increases in those programs?
Honourable Member for Vernon, Lake Country, Monashee.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite seems to be missing the point. Like so many Liberals, it would be lovely for every citizen of Canada to go to Disneyland once a year. But the trouble is it costs money, so we have to be a little careful about what we do. Sure, we can do that. If I give you $90 and then send you an invoice for over $5,000, Mr. Speaker, does that make any sense to you? Is that economically viable? I would suggest to the member that it is not economically viable and that we have to be a little bit more careful about where we're sending our trillions of dollars.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Battlefords, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his words of wisdom in his speech. So I'm just wondering if the government actually acknowledged that the taxes that they have on food are not imaginary. So these are taxes like the food packaging tax, the fuel standard. And if the government actually cut taxes in a real tangible way, like a real tangible way that Canadians could feel, what would constituents in his riding be able to do with that extra money of their own in their own pocket?
The Honourable Member for Vernon, Lake Country, Monashee.
Thank you, my colleague. They would be able to feed their own kids, for one thing. They'd be able to afford the basic necessities of life that they can no longer afford. Because you're reducing inflation. You're making their dollars have more spending power. And we've had centuries we've had decades of prosperity in Canada. And we had it right up until 2015 when this government took charge.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have to ask the honourable member, how does he reconcile his claim of this effect of inflation on our industrial carbon pricing when the Bank of Canada and the Institute for Research on Public Policy have stated specifically that this will have an effect of no more than 0.15 to at the most 0.5% on inflation? Is he honestly claiming that this 0.5% at most is making food unaffordable?
Honourable Member for Vernon, Lake Country, Monashee.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is looking at a mountain and talking about a rock at the foot of it. It is a cumulative effect that this Liberal government continually piles on Canadians and then adds insult to injury by overregulating them on top of it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, of course, I understand that my honourable colleague doesn't want to hear anything about measures to fight climate change, no carbon pricing, pollution should be free, right? That's fine. They have the right to believe that. But would my colleague agree that the government, during the election campaign, took $814 million of Quebecers' money to send election checks everywhere outside Quebec to everyone other than Quebecers to buy votes? Would the member agree with that? Would the member also agree that we should be reimbursed the $814 million?
Monashee.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the member would prefer to stay on the topic of C4 and not address side claims that have nothing else to do with it.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak to C4 today at third reading. This bill was tabled right at the beginning of this Parliament. In the fall, we worked hard on this bill in committee. And in the context of this bill, the Bloc Québécois' balance of power in committee enabled us to get real wins for first-time home buyers. But let's go back in time. The election campaign was a bit odd because the Prime Minister had no idea what he was saying when it came to the economy. Now, I understand that he's an economist by training and experience, but he quickly became a politician. Most of the time, being a Liberal politician, that's not always a positive thing. So the Prime Minister comes onto the stage and during the election, right, he says, well, we have this situation with the United States, so why don't I just say absolutely anything in order to get elected? Then in January or February, he says, we're going to eliminate the deficit. Then at some point, he goes into a meeting, we imagine, behind closed doors, and experts tell him, well, that's not going to be possible. So then they concoct this whole scheme about the operating budget, but that's not what they're doing in Great Britain or in Singapore. It doesn't really match standard accounting principles, but that's what they did with the operating expenses and the investments. Then also with the tariffs, we were told that there would be $20 billion in counter-tariff revenue, which the government would use for operational spending and to lower the deficit. But we know that the government received only a fraction of that in counter-tariff revenue. Now, the predicted deficit is almost $80 billion. And if we base ourselves on the PBO's analyses and on what Fitch, the rating agency, has said, it seems that the government will not be able to achieve its $50 billion reduction in operating costs. So that seems unlikely. The Liberal Party was unable to table a fiscal framework that was in any way accurate, and during the election, we dismantled their fiscal framework. The Prime Minister, whenever he wanted to win a vote here and a vote there, he would promise a tax break. So he promised a tax reduction of $26 billion over 5 years. And that's great. It's good to take care of the middle class, but when? How often do we see a prime minister just announce a huge tax break without actually releasing the accounting? Where's it going to come from? How's it going to be paid for? And then they cut the carbon tax. These Liberals were the great defenders of the carbon tax during the last Parliament. They were constantly attacking the Conservatives about it. And the Conservatives wanted the carbon tax cut. Then, during the election, the Liberals decided that they cared more about votes than about the planet. So they scrapped the consumer carbon tax. And that's what C4 is all about. There are some measures in C4 that we agree with. We agree with reimbursing the GST for the purchase of a first home by first-time home buyers. But on the whole, it's all an electoral stunt. So what do we have here? We have reimbursing the GST for a new home purchased by first-time home buyers. This measure aims to stimulate and boost demand. Over the past few years, the Liberals have claimed that house prices have risen, construction has become more in demand, homes are more in demand. We know that there's also the element of immigration and population growth, population size. So the Liberals decided to help first-time home buyers who are frustrated with the current housing market. So the Liberals say, well, why don't we help them with tax shelters? So they created the TFSA for home buyers. So that allowed the CMHC, maybe young people who have family members who can help them fill up that new account for home savings. Because the housing supply in the short term cannot be increased overnight. There's another measure like that today for the GST. In the short term, new homes are for sale in newer developments. Some Canadians can afford to put down a down payment on very expensive homes. There are bungalows in my riding for sale for almost $1 million. And I know that in areas like Toronto and Vancouver, some homes are technically affordable according to some people's definitions, but in my riding, people can't pay that. So the government says, well, if they're first-time home buyers or they haven't been owners in 4 years and they're buying their first home, we cut the GST for them, then that's positive. But the Liberals accuse us of having voted against their budget, but we gave them our budget asks. We had 6 budget asks, very reasonable ones, and we told the government that they needed to meet our 6 demands. One of our 6 requests was a measure to help first-time homebuyers who don't have a wealthy mommy, daddy, auntie, uncle, grandma, grandpa to fill up the home buying TFSA, who don't necessarily earn enough money to fill up that account, who haven't yet accumulated enough for a down payment so that they could still have the GST refund. So we suggested in one of our budget acts that the government could give people an interest-free loan to help them afford a down payment. That would have helped all Canadians everywhere. It was for $10,000 of loans, not for buying the whole home, and that would have cost the state about $300 a year, so that the least well-off are not left behind in society. But what did the government say? They said no.
And so then in C4, it's another example of this Prime Minister who doesn't know the difference between a leader that's campaigning and a real Prime Minister. There was a press release said that we are going to refund the GST on new homes for first-time home buyers. That was a release on March 20th, a few days later. But people already started buying these new homes. They said they'll sign a contract for a new home, and there'll be a reimbursement. The Prime Minister said that. He said it. And then he triggered an election, does a 36-day show. And then he comes back to the Parliament and says suddenly that the GST refund will be offered to those who signed a contract as of May 28th. So all those who believed the PM's word when he announced this, well, thinking that he had principles, they bought their first home and are no longer admissible. In Ontario, the Builders Association has said that they have a lot of people who are in this situation. And also the Quebec Home Builders Association said they've had a lot of clients in this association. And we met with them, and at committee we tabled an amendment so that the GST refund on new homes would also apply to these peoples who put these funds forward. And what was the answer? They filibustered. The parliamentary secretary of the Prime Minister's parliamentary secretary, who we call the Minister of Finance, was opposed to this measure. They didn't want to include these individuals, these people who believed the Prime Minister at his word. And then at committee, the clerk considered that our amendments were admissible. And what did the government do? They tried to convince the chair that we couldn't even amend this bill to make it reflect the Prime Minister's statements. And the clerk accepted the government's arguments and refused our amendments. But fortunately, Bloc holds the balance of power at that committee. And not once or twice or 5 times, 11 times, Mr. Speaker, we've had to come back here to the House and plead for the cause of first-time home buyers so that the Speaker says we were right and that the chair of the Finance Committee was wrong, and that we can act for the well-being of these people. And it is a win for Quebec, and it shows how the Liberals work. They make pre-election promises, they get elected, and then they give the least amount possible to people. And at the end of the day, they lose if they were naive enough to believe what they said. And that's exactly what happened. Another section of this bill covers a tax cut. And this tax cut will cost $26 billion over 5 years. It's funny, the Liberals, when they do this tax cut, they run up a minimum deficit of billions extra, but 26 billion is not a lot for them. But when Quebecers say that we have demands with respect to this budget, which are reasonable, the government tells us that they're too expensive. And the PBO, I think he knows how to count, and he was so determined to show that our requests were unreasonable, they multiplied the amount. We were asking 6.6 billion in requests, and Quebec's portion of this was 0.5 of a percentage point of GDP. So the program I mentioned for first-time home buyers, we asked for social housing because typically Quebec does not receive its share of programs from the CMHC because these are more suited to several floor buildings, whereas in Quebec we have a maximum of 5 floors or less for our homes. And in community, there is one province in Canada that has social housing that is reoccurring, and that's Quebec. And so we want to create housing. So we're asking for 1.4 billion and 3.8 billion for the OAS and health transfers as well. We were asking for, and there were some funds that had lapsed under the Trudeau government, and we asked for them not to be carried forward. But they said it was too much. Over these 5 years, this tax cut alone would have covered the Bloc's requests. And they said, no, it's too expensive. And even worse still, the tax cut since it was an election promise and wasn't properly thought out, it's rather small. If I go by the PBO's figures, it's something of roughly $180 per person. And you've seen the cost of groceries that has risen. It won't allow people to keep their heads above water. For 60,000 people in Canada, it increased their taxes. And who are we talking about? We're talking about the most fragile and vulnerable Canadians, including those with a disability, because there is something in Canada that is a tax credit for those with disabilities, and in these cases, their amount is calculated on their tax rate on the same tax bracket that went down. So when their tax in this bracket goes down, on this first bracket, their tax credit goes down. And this has to be refunded as well. These people are very poor, they have a disability, and sometimes they don't even pay income tax because they're in a very tough situation. And now we take their money, and we're talking about 60,000 people that are affected. And did the government think about these people? I doubt it. It's the Bloc. The Conservatives as well worked with the Bloc. They came to see us, and they said, we don't have a reply from the government on this. They say, we can't do anything, and that's how the tax credit is calculated. We're talking about 60,000 individuals. And these people, they didn't see a $180 reduction in their taxes. They lost money. If you have a disability in Canada and you don't pay income tax, your tax reduction will increase your taxes by $181. And these are the most fragile individuals of our society because of the way this tax credit is structured. So we had to push the minister to announce that he would try to find a solution, and he announced it in the parliamentary lobby before he went to committee because he was afraid that his testimony at the Finance Committee would hurt him too much when he would be exposed to this truth. And that's the balance of power at committees, and that's how the Bloc wins things for people. We needed a true GST refund. We wanted to allow fragile Canadians to not be left aside, and it's thanks to the work of the Bloc with these groups that they pointed these things out last spring, and we know that the finance minister, the Department of Finance will be looking at this issue. And also we have the carbon tax. It's another step back on the environment, and the government, the Prime Minister decided in the midst of the election that he would cut the carbon tax, just before he triggered the election actually. The Conservatives had pushed them somewhat, but in provinces where this tax applied, the carbon tax was applied, they first said that the tax would be paid later in the quarter, and then they wanted social license, and they said they'd send the check first, and then they would pay the tax. And what did they do? They abolished the tax. They didn't collect it for the quarter, and then they refunded people who paid this tax in 7 provinces. They sent them checks. And then the government said Quebec has a different carbon tax system, and that's why they didn't get checks. When they sent these checks with money from the government's consolidated fund, with the money that Quebec pays into this, it's 22% share. No province, including Quebec, had paid that federal carbon tax at that point. And the National Assembly of Quebec was unanimous in criticizing this. The journalists also did as well. And the only person who believed the earth was flat on this file were the Liberals. And there's 42 Quebec Liberals here who say they're proud Quebecers and they represent Quebec. How can you represent Quebec when 125 members of the National Assembly in Quebec vote on a motion and on the parliamentary secretary from Winnipeg and BC, they rise and they say vote against Quebec, and that's exactly what happened. And that's just one step back on the climate. If you look in the last budget, there's $4 million for the environment. The member for Repentigny was actually looking for the government's climate policy. They were pretending to put money in it, and they had to put critical minerals in this category. $4 million over 5 years. And then they're going to attack the only bit that's left, the industrial carbon tax. And we received the governor of the Bank of Canada at committee, and the Conservatives was asking him, you know, Mr. Governor, steel is expensive, and if we look at everything that these big companies produce is subject to the industrial carbon tax, and therefore this increases the price of houses. The governor said there's no impact on inflation. Seek elsewhere if you're looking for the source of costs rising. It's a company cost. So this seems to be a patchwork of various measures in this bill. We are in favor of the home measures, but how can you be in favor of a major step back on the climate that just served the Liberals' election campaign? How can we be in favor of that? It's tough. How can we be reservedly in favor of a tax cut that turns its back on people with disabilities and just cuts the health transfers that we saw in the last budget? So we should stop tabling bills, and I would end with this, like when they have various mixed measures like this. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the opportunity to sit in front of my colleague who is a university professor and an economist by training, but I'm somewhat troubled by his statements with respect who's someone who is an economist and well, our Prime Minister is an economist, and he was the governor of 2 central banks. And our Prime Minister is someone who has had an international career. He knows how things work in financing an economy. And this person, he said that he's not a good politician by definition. Yes, he's a professional. He's done other things in life. But why? Would economists not have their position as a politician in Canada? I think my colleague, often the colleague did not understand what I said. The Prime Minister is an economist who has done nice thing. I read his book, Values. I have it at home, and I've read it. It's because of all these things that he's done and said in the past that his behavior today disappoint me. The disappointment reflects his former values. So I think that the member for Quebec has been faithful to his values in politics. I believe that he has worked for benefits for families during his first term. He has taken political action that has aligned what he has done in his university career. But the Prime Minister has done the contrary. His values are just words, and all the rest can be sacrificed to obtain votes and power. Question and comments.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his speech. It highlights just how dire the situation in our country has become over the past 10 years of Liberal government. The government seems to forget that there's only one taxpayer and there's no such thing as government money. All the money the government spends comes off the backs of Canadians. I'd like to give you an opportunity, the member, to explain why he thinks the government believes it's okay to spend Canadians' hard-earned money recklessly.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, in the opposition, we don't really attack each other. Well, there's one thing he's right about. It's the taxpayer at the end of the day who receives all the bills, and that's why we ask for health transfers, and that's why we think that the government should stop divesting from health and sending us much less money than what the system costs. In Quebec and the provinces, we can no longer deliver care. We have to increase taxes and our debt and reduce services, and that's exactly what's happening. So I understand that the Conservatives are alarmist given the current situation, but how come they don't respond when we ask for health transfer increases? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte-Acton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his eloquent speech. He talked about the abolition of the carbon tax, which resulted in a situation that has not been solved and unanimously denounced by the National Assembly of Quebec. Yet, we sat together during the last Parliament. We remember the Conservatives during question period talked about tripling the carbon tax, and every time the Liberals dug their heel in and they said the carbon tax was essential and fundamental, we needed it, and the world depended on it. And then overnight, they abolished it. How can they explain this change in cognitive register? Because the Liberals aligned with the Conservatives' ideas to steal their votes. It has been shown the Liberal Party of Canada stole $800 million from Quebecers. It was stolen. And when we have 42 Quebec members saying they're from the Liberal Party saying they defend Quebec, it's a joke because they were elected to do other things other than stealing from Quebecers. People were afraid of Donald Trump, and that's how the Prime Minister got elected. And then they said, we'll take $814 million from them. It's more than what we're asking in healthcare transfers. It's 3 times the amount the Prime Minister will spend in Quebec next year for hospital infrastructure. It's a large amount of money, and it's an immense theft from Quebecers. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand my colleague. Well, it's important for him to be there for people who have the greatest need in our budget. There are automatic benefits for people who really need federal support, and so they can receive it. And there's a full school food program and support care. And when it was time to vote for this, my colleague was against this. It's like we're trying to, you say you're for something, then you vote against it. But my question is, this time, can he commit to voting for C4, for a tax cut for the middle class, and the elimination of GST for first-time home buyers so we can help Canadians? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. In my region, in a riding that is now Liberal, there were 300 jobs lost in Pacoa. What was the Liberal response? At 6:30 in the morning, ask employees to call their community organizations and food banks and to not take things personally. They can just find another job, go back to school, and go work elsewhere. And then they don't understand that when we're in the opposition, we can't say that all pages of this 500-page budget are bad. We have priorities. We're coherent. We have priorities. We need to know. We said what they were ahead of time, and they turned their back on Quebec, and then they have a very small shopping list, but they haven't met our needs. And I'd ask him to look at his party and really say that he's defending the interests of Quebecers.
Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an impressive speech by honourable colleague here. This budget has $78 billion deficit. This is the money that's going to be borrowed against the future generations to be paid by Canadians for the longest time we can ever imagine. What does he think of the deficit? Should we go into $78 billion deficit on a budget?
Honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member from Mirabel. I think the federal government is borrowing money on the backs of Quebecers. When you look at the public debt per capita for the average Quebecer owes about twice as much in federal debt as in Quebec debt. That is what Canada has given to Quebecers. Now, in terms of the exact amount, I think it will actually be on the higher end because the government said that it would make $50 billion in cuts, but actually it's only managed to find $10 billion. And when it comes to public servants, they don't even know what the government's plans are. They are clearly not going to be able to make that much in cuts. There's a real concern here. The lack of transparency, the lack of planning, and where we're even going to be in 3 months. No one seems to know. Questions and comments?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that the member, the full bloc focused a lot of attention on the healthcare issue. And you know, during the 90s, there was a great debate inside the Manitoba legislature where it was raised, if not in the chamber, outside the chamber, regarding how there was a tax point shift that was agreed to with provinces, where it was cash being replaced with tax points. And that's one of the reasons why the percentage isn't as high as maybe members opposite would have liked it to see. It was actually Jean Chrétien that established a guarantee in terms of cash. And I'm wondering if my member would not agree. Having Canada contribute the cash and record amounts of it today is actually a positive thing for all of us.
Good question.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. The member doesn't seem to know what he's talking about. He was talking about transfers. We're not talking about the levels in terms of percentages of income tax. We're talking about the levels with variation. Because ultimately, if in real terms, when it comes to the variation rate, regardless of percentage of income tax, if the real terms are going down, imagine if we froze the Liberals' wages for 6 or 8 years. That way they'll understand what it means when the amount of money they get in wages doesn't go up as quickly as the cost of living. So we're not talking about the absolute level, but we're talking about the rate of increase. If we look at it, if the costs of the system are going up by 6% and the transfers are only going up by 5%, that 1% difference will increase over the years. So that is always going to be the case regardless of whether the question of the levels of percentage of tax are what my colleague says or not. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche, resuming debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This spring, the new government was elected on the mandate of building a stronger and more resilient economy. And as soon as we came to power, we got to work. When I think of everything we've done to invest in housing infrastructure to stimulate the economy, we created the national interest, the Projects of National Interests Office. When I think of what we're doing to reduce interprovincial trade barriers, when I think of what we're doing to take the federal government's purchasing power and place it at the service of our small businesses, when I think also of the trade agreements that we've signed with different countries in the world. And we're doing all this to support the Canadian economy. And the principle that we really care about the most is ensuring that the economy works for everyone. By making our economy stronger, we will be able to fund measures that will make life more affordable for everyone. From the very beginning of our mandate, we brought in Bill C4 that has 3 major measures that will have an impact on people's lives. So first of all, we are proposing a middle-class income tax cut, lowering that rate from 15% to 14%, and that will benefit more than 21 million Canadians and will enable people to save up to $840 per family, which means more money in people's pockets, money that they can use for their own priorities. And the second part of the bill is the GST exemption on new housing for first-time buyers on housing up to $1 million in value. We want to help people, young people, or people who have been renting for a long time. We want to be able to help them to enter the housing market and buy homes. We want to help Canadians access the dream of home ownership, and that's why we'll be getting rid of GST on a first-time home purchase. And that's in addition to everything else we're doing in housing, because in Budget 2025, we invested more than $13 billion throughout Canada in order to stimulate housing construction throughout the country, including affordable housing. And also, by getting rid of the GST on buying a new home, we are offering a financial incentive for people to buy a home, and that way we're going to encourage real estate developers to increase the available housing in the country. And finally, in Bill C4, we are also getting rid of the consumer carbon tax. And since that was brought in April, we've seen a decrease in fuel prices, including in Madawaska-Restigouche. In Atlantic Canada, that's had a concrete effect on the costs of heating. We know, of course, that in Atlantic Canada, many people still use gas to heat their homes. But what I want to make very clear is that this doesn't at all affect our climate change commitments, because carbon pricing had become a policy that was dividing us and polarizing us, unfortunately. And climate change is so important that we could not keep a policy that was actually harming our other efforts for the climate. For example, our climate competitiveness strategy, which is in our budget, that is one of the measures we're bringing in. And Mr. Speaker, what we need to remember is that Bill C4 is part of a series of measures that our government is bringing in to help the public face the cost of living. In Budget 2025, we had a number of concrete measures. For example, the fact that we made the National School Lunch Program permanent, that is something that has enabled kids to have a productive day at school, having eaten a square meal. We know that that's important, and we're there for children from throughout the country. An agreement was signed with New Brunswick to extend the school lunch program to a number of schools, including in my riding, including my former school, and a number of other schools in my riding. Of course, it was a little while ago when I graduated from that school, but this is an important program, and in Budget 2025, we've made it permanent. Now, turning to the next thing I wanted to talk about, there are people who need federal benefits, like the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Disability Benefit, the GST rebate. But some of those people weren't getting those benefits because sometimes people didn't fill out a tax return. And so we've created a new measure for the automatic issuing of tax returns for people who are in a simple tax situation. And that's a way to ensure that people who most need federal benefits will be able to get them. We also announced a tax credit of up to 5% to help PSWs, because these people are doing essential work. They are caring for our seniors. We place our trust in these people to take care of our parents and grandparents, and they're doing something essential, and we want to help them. So that's why we've created this tax credit to help PSWs. Then the Canada Summer Jobs Program, that's another example of what we're doing, which will enable young people to access a job that may help them to fund their education. And the Canada Summer Jobs Program enables young people to often get their first job. In Budget 2025, not only we maintained our funding, but we actually increased it. Recently, I visited a number of these jobs in Madawaska-Restigouche, and I can state very uncompromisingly that these jobs are important for young people. And that's in addition to all of the other things we're doing to help young people get jobs. For example, we're investing $300 million in the youth job strategy over the next 2 years. And we have also promised to protect all essential social programs that will help Canadians face the cost of living. For example, the Canada Child Benefit, which benefits up to 6 million parents throughout the country. That program transfers up to $40 million for people in my riding to help their children. The Canada Dental Benefit. We learned recently that more than 5 million Canadians have registered for this program. I remember that someone in my riding told me that they had problems with their teeth, but they simply couldn't afford to invest in their dental health. And thanks to this benefit, this person has finally been able to access this affordable dental care that they needed so badly. This is another great example of the concrete policies that will make a difference for people. We've also extended a program that has benefited 900,000 children, the program for accessible childcare spaces. We know that in order to build Canada strong, we need strong families. We know that on this side of the House. We also extended the Canada Disability Benefit, which assists more than 470,000 Canadians. And we also have all the other investments we make, for example, on infrastructure, that can also make life more affordable. Let me give a concrete example. An announcement was recently made in my riding, a transit announcement. Last week, on behalf of the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing, I announced $700,000 for the expansion of transit in various communities in my riding of Madawaska-Restigouche. And Mr. Speaker, I would just like to say that I will be sharing my time with the member for Quebec Centre. I forgot to mention that earlier. Coming back to the transit announcement last week, that announcement will enable people from a number of communities to access flexible, affordable, quality, and tailored transit. And this is in addition to the federal funding that originally enabled this transit system to be launched. So now people can get around the area for just $5. For example, seniors who want to go see their family but don't have a car, for example, they will be able to do that. Or if they have medical appointments, it will enable workers to commute from their home to their workplace. Or post-secondary students will be able to more easily get to the campus at Moncton. And that kind of situation will have a concrete effect on the lives of people in my riding, our seniors, vulnerable people, and workers. So, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we take concrete action to help people with the cost of living, and I very much look forward to voting in favor of this bill. Questions and comments?
Or long-range mountains.
I thank the member from across the way for his speech. I particularly listened when he talked about the carbon tax and all of the conversation that we heard about the carbon tax prior to the election, and how, this did not drive up the cost for Canadians. In fact, more money was going into their pockets. And I'm curious if now this member is talking about how removing the carbon tax is driving the cost down, which we know isn't really the case, but does he not now believe in that previous argument, or does he now agree that the carbon tax did indeed drive up the cost of everything? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Madame.
The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to say that fighting climate change is both a moral and economic imperative. And so we need to do a number of things to reduce our carbon footprint. So regarding the consumer carbon price, there was a rebate system. So people were paying a bit more at the pump, but they got their rebate. But like I said in my speech, ultimately that policy had become controversial. It was divisive. And climate change is such an important matter that we need to see consensus among Canadians so that we can actually create new policies that are both ambitious and ready to face the challenges of the moment. The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate what my colleague said about the GST exemption on first-time home purchases. But the thing is, in my riding, people aren't even able to save up for a deposit because rents are going up, home prices are going up. So for those who don't already have that deposit saved up, I'd like to hear what he has to say about our proposals. There are two. First of all, to enable parents to use their RRSP funds to help their children purchase a home, and also the idea of no interest loans to help young people or first-time homebuyers. The honourable member, the housing crisis is real, Mr. Speaker. There is a housing shortage throughout the country and in my riding. And when we have a crisis like this, the government must take action. And in Building Homes Canada, we will invest $13 billion to stimulate housing construction throughout the country. That way, if we significantly increase the supply, there will be a decrease in prices. And also, thanks to this organization, there will also be funds specifically earmarked for affordable housing. There has already been affordable housing built in towns in my riding like Edmundston. And thanks to these investments, I think there will be more housing starts throughout the country. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Québec Centre.
The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Mr. Speaker, I was extremely impressed to hear my honourable colleague from Madawaska Restigouche say that he had visited 200 places last summer where there were Canada Summer Jobs programs. I hope that he has fun next summer because the program has seen the number of positions that are funded go from 70 to 100,000 next summer. What does he think of the impact of that program for youth and community organizations in his riding? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This program will be essential for our youth, for our SMEs. This year, I visited childcare centers, festivals, summer camps, all sorts of different places. And these are businesses where, without this program, perhaps the employer would not have been able to hire these individuals. So it helps our small businesses and our community organizations to access employees during the summer, and it also enables young people to receive relevant work experience. For many of these young people, this was their first work experience, so it had a real impact on them.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was listening closely to what my colleague said. It is interesting to hear about the Canada Summer Jobs program, but when you cut 40,000 public service jobs, even if it's done by attrition, that's 40,000 fewer positions for young people who want to enter the work market and get good jobs, unionized jobs. What does my colleague think of that? The Honourable Member for Madawaska Restigouche, 25 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, these cuts will be carried out with great attention. But right now we know we need to invest in infrastructure, housing, and all sorts of things. So we need leeway. We need to spend less and invest more. And investing more includes in our new youth employment strategy. We will be investing $300 million in this youth employment strategy. The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today in support of Bill C-4, the Making Life More Affordable for Canadians Act. This bill will enact three important measures designed to make life more affordable for Canadians at a time where a range of economic headwinds are combining to pose significant affordability challenges. First, Mr. Speaker, we are cutting taxes for 22 million Canadians. Second, we are eliminating the GST for most first-time home buyers for new homes. And third, we're canceling the consumer carbon price while keeping industrial pricing regimes in place and, in fact, reinforcing them so that we can make life more affordable for Canadians while tackling the existential challenge of climate change. In a rapidly changing and uncertain world, Canada's government is focused on what we can control. We are protecting our communities in our country. We are building our economy with major projects and millions of more homes, and we are empowering Canadians with lower costs and new opportunities to help them get ahead. Bill C-4 is part of our government's plan to ensure that every Canadian has more control over building their own future. Le projet de loi C-4
Bill C-4 would lower taxes for 22 million Canadians. This means that the lowest tax brackets would go from 15% to 14%. This will apply as of 2025 for income up to a certain amount. For taxpayers with income under the threshold, all of their taxes will be lowered, and for those earning above the threshold, taxes will be lowered on the first amount of it. This will help taxpayers save money And for a 2-taxpayer family, it can be up to $840 in annual savings. The Canada Revenue Agency updated its income source revenue for the second half of 2025. As a result, many Canadians have already begun to benefit from this reduced tax rate. I would like to remind you that the tax reduction provided for in the bill came into effect on July 1st.
Because a 1 percentage point cut in the lowest tax rate comes into effect halfway throughout the year, the full year tax rate for 2025 would be 14.5%, while the full year rate for 2026 and future tax years would be 14%. But for that to happen, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-4 must be passed. This is important support for Canadians. It is a very good reason to vote in favor of this bill. Another good reason to vote for C-4 is a GST rebate that will help Canadians access the housing market. Under the law, the GST generally applies to the sale of new or substantially renovated housing. Bill C-4 will eliminate that GST or the federal portion of the HST for first-time home buyers on a new home valued up to $1 million. It will also allow first-time home buyers to reduce the amount of tax they pay on a new home valued between $1 million and $1.5 million. The first-time home buyers GST rebate included in C-4 would save Canadians up to $50,000 on a new home. It will allow more young people and families to enter the housing market. Moreover, this measure could incentivize first-time home buyers to buy newly built homes. In turn, this increased demand will encourage developers to build more homes, which will have a positive effect on housing supply. Expanding the stock is indeed key to addressing housing affordability.
Canada is experiencing a housing crisis and has been for many years now. The government has a plan to double the pace of residential home building over the next decade. Any policy that can contribute to this is welcome. We have other policies and initiatives such as Canada Homes, which is investing and will continue to invest in the construction and renovation of lots of social and affordable housing throughout the country.
What Bill C-4 would do is to remove the consumer carbon price from law following its cancellation back in April. La tarification de la pollution.
Pollution pricing for large emitters remains in place as it is a pillar of Canada's plan to build a strong economy and a greener future.
Les systèmes de tarification.
Carbon pricing systems for industry are designed to keep costs low. And they encourage investment in technologies that reduce GHG emissions. Our government has been very clear about this. Pollution pricing for large emitters will remain a key part of our plan to build a strong economy and a green economy. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, C-4 proposes 3 clear measures that would help Canadians. First, a tax cut that will put more money in the pockets of Canadian workers, up to $420 per taxpayer, and up to $840 for a family of 2. This will help 22 million taxpayers in Canada. Second, a GST rebate for first-time homebuyers purchasing a new home. This means savings of up to $50,000 on the initial cost of purchasing a new home to help people enter the housing market. Third, this bill will, once and for all, end carbon pricing for consumers. I invite all members of this House to vote in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Terranova Peninsulas.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just curious. This Liberal Party seems to be very excited about giving their tax cuts and making things more affordable for Canadians. I'm wondering why they took the luxury tax off of luxury vehicles, but continues to keep the HST and GST on healthcare services like massage therapy.
The honourable member for Quebec Centre.
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the new member. and obviously would commend his important work. I would, however, warn him about things that previous members of the Conservative Party did over the last few years. The first thing they did, Conservative MPs did in 2016, was to vote against the middle income tax cut at that time. Another thing which other Conservative MPs did just a few years later was to vote against a middle income tax cut around 2020, 2021. So I invite him to consider very carefully how he will vote on C4 so that future Conservative MPs can base their future votes on his soon-to-know behavior.
Questions et commentaires de l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague spoke with great pride about cancelling the consumer carbon tax. I would remind this place that that was one of their key measures to fight climate change, and 80% of Canadians received more back than what they paid for the carbon tax. Here's what I'd like to know as a Quebec MP. In Quebec, we have our own system. The federal government took $814 million from Quebecers to send election goodies checks to Canadians outside Quebec during the election campaign. Does he, as a fellow Quebec MP, agree with that? The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My esteemed colleague knows full well what occurred. A payment was promised to all Canadians living in provinces which participated in the carbon pricing system. That did not include Quebec or British Columbia. The consumer carbon tax was scrapped, therefore the rebate was also cancelled, and I think everyone understands that. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my honourable colleague for his speech. I know that he often goes around his riding to talk to people, so I have a question. Of all the programs he mentioned, well, how do his constituents feel about those measures and programs, and how does the Leader of the Opposition feel about them? The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague, the member for Beauport-Limoilou, who is now a Quebec City area MP. One of several Quebec City area Liberal MPs. The Bloc Québécois voted against the Canada Dental Care Plan. They voted against the Canada Child Benefit. The Conservatives called our national school food program trash, or said only negative things about it. It's very unfortunate because these are very important initiatives for my constituents, but the Conservatives have systematically opposed them.
Seconds.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I just have a question on the first-time homebuyers tax credit that they're offering, which you know, Conservatives loved because it was a part of our platform. But I'm in the housing market. That's my background. And I'm wondering if they've given any thought with the cost of housing as to how many young people this is actually going to help get into the housing market given the high price of construction in this current market.
The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate very much her input, which suggests that she will vote in favor of C4 because she seems to be supporting the removal of GST on the purchase of new homes on the part of new first-time home buyers. So that's excellent news. We look forward, obviously, to confirming that vote soon in the House. But indeed, it's great that she supports that measure, and we look forward that to be seen in the House through her vote.
Order. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-233, an act to amend the Export and Import Permits Act, standing in the name of Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan, seconded by Mr. Boularice, moves that Bill C-233, an act to amend the Export and Import Permits Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. Debate. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the member from Rosemont-Le Petit, for seconding this important bill. It is with both a heavy heart and a deep sense of purpose that I rise in this House today to speak to Bill C-233, an act to amend the Export and Import Permits Act, or what many civil society organizations have been calling the End the Loopholes Act. Legislation that seeks to finally bring Canada's arms export regime into full compliance with the Arms Trade Treaty. This bill is about something far larger than policy or procedure. It is about whether we, as a nation, will choose to be builders of peace or merchants of war. It is about whether Canadian-made weapons, the products of our factories, our labor, and our infrastructure will continue to fuel the killing of innocent civilians abroad. We can't claim to be one thing on the world stage, a supporter of human rights, while turning a willfully blind eye to what we are doing by maintaining this giant loophole. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect and deserve better. Let me emphasize first and foremost that this legislation is not partisan. It should never be partisan. Every member of this House, regardless of political stripe, must ask themselves, do we want Canadian-made arms to be used to commit war crimes? Do we want our export laws to continue to contain loopholes so large that bombs and munitions slip through them? Do we want Canada's name to be associated with genocide and human suffering? This bill is our opportunity to say no, clearly, unequivocally, and finally. Canada acceded to the Arms Trade Treaty in 2019. The government did so with great fanfare, promising to uphold the highest standards of transparency, accountability, and peace. Bill C-74 passed to amend the Export and Import Permits Act, establishing a new framework for arms brokering and export controls. At the time, Canadians were told that our government was committed to ensuring our weapons would never contribute to human rights abuses, that we were joining the world in saying never again to atrocities fueled by the global arms trade. But, Mr. Speaker, what we were not told, and what Canadians are now only beginning to understand, is that the 2019 amendments left open a gaping loophole, a loophole that has since become a giant and open backdoor for weapons, components, and explosives to flow freely from Canada to the United States and then onward to some of the most brutal conflicts in the world. The U.S. loopholes is indeed the heart of the problem. Canada never adopted Article 4, which required Canada to treat weapons, parts, and components with the same scrutiny as full weapons systems. Canada also left out Article 6, which clearly prohibits arms transfers where there is a serious risk that they will be used in genocide or war crimes. By omitting these articles, it means that under Section 7 of the Export and Import Permits Act, the lion's share of exports to the United States are exempt from the permit reporting and the human rights risk assessment requirements that apply to every other country. That means the Canadian-made weapons, explosives, and parts can cross into the United States completely unmonitored with no transparency and no public record. Once they arrive in the U.S., those components are often integrated into larger weapons systems, F-35 fighter jets, Apache helicopters, and heavy munitions, and then exported to countries such as Israel, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, where they have been used to devastate civilian populations. In fact, in 2009, under the Harper administration, General Dynamics Land Systems a Canadian company provided 724 light armor vehicles to Saudi Arabia. These light armor vehicles were seen being used in Saudi Arabia's operations in Yemen for years, where hundreds of thousands of Yemenis were killed. Then in 2014, under another contract, Canada supplied a newer make of armor vehicles to Saudi Arabia. And in 2015, that continued under the Trudeau administration. This is not speculation. This is not hyperbole. This is fact, documented in commercial export data, defense contracts, and investigative journalism. A recent report by Arms Embargo Now uncovered hundreds of shipments of Canadian military goods that are directly contributing to atrocities abroad. Between April 2004 and August 2025 alone, 34 shipments of Canadian-made aircraft components went to Lockheed Martin in the United States, and just later, those same components were transferred to the Israeli Ministry of Defense and Israeli weapons manufacturers. Another 360 shipments of Canadian aircraft parts went to the F-35 assembly facility in Fort Worth, Texas, the same F-35s that have been dropping bombs on Gaza. 150 shipments of explosives from Quebec went to the U.S. ammunition plants, producing 2,000 pounds bombs and artillery shells exported to Israel. Mr. Speaker, this is not indirect complicity. This is active participation in a deadly supply chain. And let's be clear about what that means. When Canadian-made components end up in the weapons killing civilians in Gaza, when our explosives are part of the bombs dropped on hospitals and apartment buildings, Canadians bear responsibility. When weapons bearing the logo of a Canadian arms manufacturer have been documented in the hands of paramilitary groups in Sudan, groups accused of massacring civilians and committing ethnic cleansing, Canada is complicit. The United Nations and human rights observers have warned repeatedly that the flow of arms, including those traced back to Canada, has fueled one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world. We cannot continue to hide behind bureaucratic language or the convenient fiction that what leaves Canada for the United States stays in the U.S. It doesn't, and we all know it. The government has tried to reassure Canadians. The former Foreign Affairs Minister said there were, and I quote, no Canadian arms or parts of arms sent to Gaza, period, end quote. Her successor, the current Foreign Affairs Minister, said, quote, Canada would not allow Canadian-made weapons to fuel this conflict in any way. Mr. Speaker, those words ring hollow when confronted with the evidence. The government has done nothing to close the U.S. loophole, nothing to stop the use of Canadian-made weapons or components in the bombardment of Gaza, nothing to ensure compliance with the Arms Trade Treaty. By exempting U.S.-bound exports from oversight, Canada is violating not just the spirit, but the letter of the Arms Trade Treaty. Article 5 of the treaty requires all state parties to regulate arms transfers in a consistent, objective, and non-discriminatory manner. Article 6 prohibits transfers that would contribute to genocide, crimes against humanity, or serious violations of the Geneva Conventions. Article 7 requires each state to assess the risk of exported weapons being used to commit such acts. When the government issued General Export Permit number 47 in 2019, allowing the full export of full-system conventional arms to the U.S. without permits or risk assessments, it undermined the very treaty we acceded to. That's why we need to pass Bill C-233 to ensure such blanket exemptions to end such blanket exemptions so that Canada can finally live up to the promises we made to the world and to ourselves. Bill C-233 to end the loopholes. The End the Loopholes Act will, 1, close the U.S. export loophole requiring permits and human rights assessments for all military goods, regardless of destination. 2, end the issuance of general export or brokering permits that bypass case-by-case review, and 3, ensure full transparency and public reporting of all military exports, including those to the U.S., and 4, reinforce Canada's compliance with the Arms Trade Treaty and restore integrity to our export regime. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, I received a leaked document of the Liberals' talking points to counter my private member's bill. The Liberals will say Bill C-233 is misguided. They say this bill would decimate Canada's defense industry, that it will create unnecessary delays and potentially blocking Canada-made materials and equipment from getting to our allies in Europe like Ukraine, that it will weaken Canada's role in NATO. So let me address each one of these head-on. First, to live up to Canada's commitments to the Arms Trade Treaty is not misguided. It demonstrates integrity and trustworthiness of a nation. Second, it will not decimate the defense industry. It simply requires that all exports, including those to the United States, meet the same human rights and risk assessment standards that we already apply to every other destination. If a country is already compliant with the Arms Trade Treaty, they have nothing to worry about. Canada's defense systems will not be put in jeopardy as Canada is reliant on imports of military goods to Canada, not exports. And third, this bill will not disrupt NATO or delay aid to Ukraine. Not only is there no evidence that this would delay or potentially block Canada's military aid to Ukraine, in fact, the vast majority of the aid to Ukraine is either sent directly to Ukraine or to European allies. And this bill seeks to standardize the regulatory process for arms export to the U.S. And in addition, transfers of military aid, including that to the Ukraine, are handled by the Department of National Defense, not through the export permitting process overseen by Global Affairs. And fourth, harmonizing export controls with our European allies strengthens, not weakens, NATO. Of the 32 NATO members, 30 are state parties to the Arms Trade Treaty. The two states that, while are signatories to the Arms Trade Treaty but have not acceded to the treaty, are Turkey and the U.S. Passing Bill C-233 will in fact bring Canada in alignment with the vast majority of our allies, not out of step with them. Some have bizarrely claimed that more transparency will compromise our sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, transparency is not a threat to sovereignty, it is its foundation. A sovereign nation should be able to stand before the world and say with confidence that its weapons are not being used to kill innocent civilians. This is not weakness, this is actually strength. While I acknowledge that Canada's defense industry contributes to our economy, but that economic benefit cannot come at the expense of human lives. Our message to the defense industry is clear. If your exports are compliant with international law, your business can continue. If your exports risk enabling war crimes, then they must stop. We cannot and must not build prosperity on the backs of human suffering, and this is ultimately the test of our integrity, particularly at a time where there will be unprecedented spending in defense with a commitment of $81.8 billion in Budget 2025, far exceeding the 2% NATO commitment that the Prime Minister made during the campaign. We cannot continue to call for peace while profiting from war crimes, and we cannot condemn atrocities abroad while quietly enabling them through our exports. Canada once led the world in peacekeeping. We once stood proudly in a voice of conscience on the global stage. But today, our moral standing is being eroded, not by what we say, but what we permit. And as we debate this bill, the bombs are still falling on Gaza. Families are still being buried beneath rubble. Children are dying in hospitals running out of fuel and medicine. And somewhere in the chain of destruction, there are Canadian-made parts, propellants, and circuitry that help make these weapons possible. That must end. History will judge us not by how we defended industries or alliances, but by whether we defended humanity. Bill C-233 is about closing the loopholes, yes, and is also about opening our eyes. It's about aligning our laws with our values, our words, with our deeds, with our actions, and with our conscience. No more exceptions, no more excuses, no more Canadian complicity in war crimes. And to my colleagues in this House, if we truly believe in human rights, in the rule of law, and in peace, then we must support this bill. Because when the crime is the killing of innocent civilians, there can be no loopholes, no silence, no culture of impunity, and no looking away, no willful ignorance, and no moral blindness. Canadians will be watching how each member votes, and it will be recorded in Hansard forever. They want Canada to be a force for peace. It's time for us to live up to that promise.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her contribution to today's debate and for bringing this forward. I'll talk about this later. I don't want to go into this too deeply right now, but let's take an example. I want to make sure I understand all the details. A case where we saw Islamic State in Iraq and Syria use hospitals, schools, and mosques to hide their munitions and weapons. And often, these are places where coalitions won't attack. I want to understand here the coalition, if it were to attack this place, because this is where these weapons are being stored by terrorists, would these export licenses be suspended and would continue to be able to export to such countries?
Well, Canada's current commitment is that the export of arms and weaponry to every other country has to go through a permitting process, and it would be measured against risk assessments and the standards that's been outlined in the Arms Trade Treaty, except for the United States. To the United States, the vast majority of the weaponry that goes through to the United States do not require permitting process. And that's what we're talking about, that we need to close that loophole to ensure that weaponry, parts and components that go through to the United States is measured against the Arms Trade Treaty, and the standard that's applied to every other country applies for U.S. export as well. And then in that way, we can be...
Order. We have to allow time for other questions. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have to say that I'm disappointed with the private members bill, and that essentially what she's trying to do here is chase the defense industry right out of Canada and into the hands of Donald Trump. Right now we have a defense industry that employs thousands of people right across this country. She's talked about Saudi Arabia and the labs that are being built in London, Ontario. The writing that used to be held by an NDP member, Lindsay Matheson, and of course now no longer is here because of their lack of support for the labor sector. And as we know that when creating these thousands of jobs and having these companies here, it actually supports Canada's sovereign capabilities to build weapons for ourselves, but those industries are not sustainable with just Canadian orders. Why is she chasing jobs out of Canada and into the arms of Donald Trump?
Member for Vancouver East.
Well, the Canadian government continues to argue that Canada does not violate its arms trade treaty. If that was the case, then manufacturers here in Canada would have nothing to worry about. All that I'm saying is to make sure when we export to the United States that we ensure those exports meet the arms trade treaty requirement, that we do not contribute our weaponry, parts, and components in atrocities, in committing genocide and crimes against humanity, Mr. Speaker. I don't think Canadians want blood on their hands, and this is what it means. And so if they don't violate the Act, there's nothing they need to worry about and would not impact their company at all.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The member for Rosemount, La Petite Patrie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank and congratulate my colleague for this bill. It's a really important initiative. Canada is also a signatory of the Genocide Prevention Act, and these arms go to the United States. They end up in Israel. And point of order, inaudible. Sorry to interrupt. There are some people who are moving in the aisles. It's very disturbing.
Oui, bien sûr. Oui. Je vais demander le...
I would ask the honourable member to start again, to ask his question again, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank and congratulate my colleague for her important bill and for this initiative. Canada is also a signatory of the International Convention on Genocide Prevention. With this U.S. exception, Canadian weapons go to the U.S. and they end up in Israel. Does she not think that the government could find itself in a situation where it could be accused of complicity in genocide?
5 seconds.
Well, that's exactly the point. And we want Canadians to feel proud, and we want the Canadian government to take action so that we can proudly stand on the international stage and say that Canada is not complicit. Because as it stands right now, we are. And our arms and our components and our weaponry are ending up in some of the most brutal conflicts in this world, killing civilians, using Canadian-made arms, and that is wrong, and it's got to stop. I urge all members of this House to support Bill C-233.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin by commending the member for Vancouver East for her ongoing and very steadfast commitment to strengthening oversight and to bring peace in our world. And she has attempted to do that in this bill. And I believe that all of us agree in this House that Canada must maintain a strong export control system to prevent the misuse of weapons anywhere and everywhere. Global security matters more than ever right now, and Canada must act with clarity and resolve. The decisions that we make today in this House will shape not only our sovereignty, but the safety of Canadians and our allies around the world. Accountability does matter, but Bill C-233, as it's drafted, while perhaps well-intentioned, risks undermining Canada's security, international security, our defence industry, and our international partnerships at a critical moment. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, since Second World War, Canada has strengthened our export controls for arms to the point where we are privileged to have one of the world's strongest, strictest, and soundest regimes. For generations, countries have looked to Canada as a leader, as a peacekeeper, as one of the world's most steadfast promoters of the responsible use and sale of military equipment. Canada's voice matters. Canadians are wanted and needed to promote peace, to make peace, to keep peace. That's why a Liberal government under then Foreign Minister Lester Pearson ensured that Canada was there to found the United Nations Peacekeeping Force. It was a Liberal government that made sure that Canada was a founding member of the Wassenaar Arrangement on Export Controls for conventional arms and dual-use goods and technologies.
And that's why the Liberal government is one of the founding members of the Wassenaar Accord on the control of exports for professionals and double-use technologies.
Government under then Foreign Minister Lloyd Axworthy, who shepherded the Ottawa Convention to ratification, banning the practice and use of landmines. A Liberal government then ratified the Arms Trade Treaty in 2019. Mr. Speaker, Canada's efforts don't go unnoticed. When looking to refine their export control systems, other countries have looked to our own as one of the strongest and most effective examples. I know it's been many years, but I would remind the member for Vancouver East of the debate while she was an MP in 2018 on Bill then C-47 during the 43rd Parliament. Canada had a strong debate about that and put into standards that not only meet the Arms Treaty requirements, but exceed them. We apply exemptions more narrowly than any other ATT signatories. We control a wider range of items than the ATT requires. Not only do we place controls on conventional arms, we also control dual-use goods, nuclear, chemical, biological, and missile technologies. We impose a stricter criterion for denials than those specified under the ATT, such as where there is a risk of contributing to gender-based violence, terrorism, or organized crime. And we enforce those rules. We enforce controls on Canadians involved in the transfers of military goods, even if the goods never enter Canada. And we have tabled annual reports to Parliament on the export of ATT items ever since May in the 1990s, long before the ATT's ratification. In deciding whether to issue or not issue an export permit, the current law dictates that it's taken into consideration whether the proposed export would contribute to peace and security or undermine it, and could it be used to commit or facilitate a serious violation of international humanitarian law. We are very serious when we take these matters into concern and are vigilant on the enforcement of the law, and those who breach it are held accountable. Suggesting that Canada is not compliant with the ATT is not only misleading, but Canadians both need and deserve to hear the truth about it. We have a comprehensive legal framework, a legislative framework that we in this Parliament have contributed to, and now the Government of Canada enforces. Thus, we can see that Bill C-233, while based on good intentions about keeping people safe, is actually based on false premises. Canada has one of the strongest military export control systems in the world, and considerations for human rights are at its very core. Nous pouvons donc constater.
We can see, therefore, that Bill C-233 is based on a false premise. Canada has one of the strongest military export control systems in the world, which places a strong emphasis on human rights.
Strengthening Canada's ability to promote responsible use, sale of military goods, this well-intentioned but misguided piece of legislation has wide-reaching implications and would have unintended consequences. We are working to fulfill our NATO commitments. We want to bolster security and defense industries. We want to diversify trading partners, and this bill would put us out of step with our allies in terms of licensing efficiency, transparency, and the use of appropriate discretion. We're a NATO country. We need to be part of NATO, and the security of NATO is something that Canadians depend on, and that does mean something for us in this House this day, that we need to keep our NATO obligations and build upon them, and this legislation would undermine that. The changes in this bill, proposed in this bill, severely hinder our defense industry by creating further instability. It weakens Canada's role in NATO by creating unnecessary delays and potentially blocking Canadian-made materials and equipment from getting to our allies to keep our world safe. Allies like Ukraine. And it would jeopardize the capabilities of our Canadian armed forces by constraining the way they get the supply of critical equipment and impeding their operations in vital regions like the Arctic. Under Canada's existing export control framework, Canada allows certain military items to be exported without permits, yes, provided they're destined for specific countries. This flexibility is embedded in the systems of our closest allies like the UK, the EU, Australia. We also have deep and symbolic relationships with other partners like the United States. And they are part also that the ATT provides certain exemptions. Canada already applies this discretion more narrowly than any of the other nations, granting permit-free access to only one country. Les relations profondes et
the deep and symbiotic relationship we have with the United States is precisely why the ATT provides for exemptions. Canada already applies this discretion more narrowly than any of these countries, granting permit-free access to only one country.
Let me be perfectly clear. Any exemption that we provide the U.S. is not a loophole. It reflects a unique geopolitical relationship rooted in our shared security commitments, continental defense, and decades of military integration. This legislation would undermine these efforts and make both of our countries less secure and greater threats to our sovereignty and our stability. The bill's stringent permitting requirements would not only strain our relations with the United States and our cooperation, but also disrupt relationships around the world. Mandatory delays in approvals would place Canadian suppliers at competitive disadvantages in Europe and Oceania, while restrictive end-user requirements could hinder Canada's ability to support partners like Ukraine in a critical time. Let me get to the heart of this, Mr. Speaker. We're in consequential moment for global security. We've had an election. Canadians have declared that our sovereignty and our security are paramount. We are serious. We call upon all parties in this House to take that consideration seriously, to ensure that Canada can defend itself and can work with our NATO allies to defend ourselves in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills North.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le projet de loi.
Thank you very much. Bill C-233, an act to amend the Export and Import Permits Act, was introduced by the member for Vancouver East. I'd like to thank the member for bringing in this bill because it enables us to cast light on the role of the Act.
And the Export and Import Permits Act, which governs Canada's defense and military exports, by removing exemptions for specific countries. Currently, under the Export and Import Permits Act, the United States is exempt from its provisions due to a ministerial order. This exemption allows the United States to re-export Canadian military exports without the Government of Canada's approval. The United States is the only country under the Act which is currently granted this exemption. The effect of this bill would be to bring the United States under the provisions of the Export and Import Permits Act by removing the power of the minister to grant exemptions, such as the one that has been granted to the United States. This would result in an effective ban on Canadian defense exports to the United States if those exports were to be re-exported to another country on which Canada has implemented a defense export ban. This bill would change the current legal framework by clarifying that parts, components, and technology necessary for the assembly or use of arms, ammunition, implements, or munitions of war are included in the meaning of those terms. It would change the current legal framework by preventing exemptions to the export control list for arms, ammunition, implements, or munitions of war based on their country of destination. It would prevent the issuance of general export permits for arms, ammunition, implements, or munitions of war. It would prevent the issuance of general brokering permits for arms, ammunition, implements, or munitions of war. It would enhance the considerations, expand the list of considerations that the minister must take into account in issuing a permit to export or broker arms, implements, ammunition, or munitions of war. It would provide that the minister require end-use certificates from the government of a country to which these arms, ammunition, implements, or munitions of war are being exported, if doing so would sufficiently mitigate a substantial risk of war crimes or violations of international humanitarian law or international human rights law. And finally, it would require the minister to prepare and table in Parliament an annual report on the export of arms, ammunition, implements, or munitions of war and Canada's compliance with the Arms Trade Treaty. Mr. Speaker, the defence industrial sector in Canada in 2022 contributed $14.3 billion to our GDP, roughly 0.5% of Canada's GDP. This sector is expected to grow substantially as a result of the government's commitment to massively increase Canada's military spending. Half of the production of Canada's defence industrial sector is exported, much of it to the United States. And herein lies the problem with the bill. Ce projet de loi pourrait créer des problèmes.
This bill could create problems in the Canada-US relationship. For example, the US could see the result of this bill becoming law as a significant threat to their defense and security. I would like to highlight just one such example.
I'd like to repeat this in English because I think it's worth emphasizing. This bill could create problems in the Canada-US relationship. For example, the U.S. could see this bill, if it becomes law, as a significant threat to their defense and security. I would like to highlight just one example of how this could be the case. The United States military describes the F-35 fighter jet as an indispensable tool and a cornerstone of their fighter fleet, both for homeland defense and for warfare. Some of the F-35 parts are manufactured in the United States, but other parts of the F-35 are manufactured in Canada, with the final assembly of the F-35 in the United States in Fort Worth, Texas. I'd like to enumerate, Mr. Speaker, some of the F-35 parts that are manufactured in Canada, which my colleague across the way has highlighted. The horizontal tail assemblies for the F-35 are manufactured in Winnipeg, Manitoba. The weapons bay door inserts are manufactured in Lunenburg, Nova Scotia. The engine sensors are manufactured in this city, the City of Ottawa in Ontario. And the outboard wing assemblies are manufactured in Delta, British Columbia. One of the consequences of this bill is that it could result in a ban on F-35 parts manufactured in Canada from being exported to the United States. It's not difficult to see how the United States would view this ban as a direct threat to their defense and security if Lockheed Martin's plant in Fort Worth, Texas, cannot complete the assembly of F-35 jets because of an inability of the company to import the necessary component parts from their plants in Canada. Another consequence of this bill that I fear, Mr. Speaker, is a possible deintegration of the integrated North American defense industrial sector. Canada could see the exodus of thousands of good jobs from this country as defense industrial companies exit Canada to ensure access to the U.S. market. Companies like L3 Harris Westcam in Hamilton, Ontario, that employs over 1,300 workers. Magellan Aerospace in Mississauga, Ontario, that employs over 600 workers. Honeywell in Mississauga, Ontario, also, that employs over 3,500 workers. General Dynamics Mission Systems, Canada, in Ottawa, that employs over 1,000 workers. Lockheed Martin Canada, that employs over 1,400 workers across multiple locations in Canada, such as Ottawa, Montreal, Calgary, and Victoria. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, for all these reasons, I cannot support this bill.
And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to again thank the member for Vancouver East for bringing this bill forward to allow this debate in the House to take place. But again, for the reasons outlined, I do not support the bill.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, Acton. Mr. Speaker, tonight we are debating Bill C-233, an act to amend the Export and Import Permits Act, which was brought in by the member for Vancouver East. First of all, this bill seeks to amend the Export and Import Permits Act in order to remove certain exemptions for the exports of weapons, munitions, implements or munitions of war, and it seeks to clarify that parts, components, and technology necessary for the assembly or use of arms, ammunition, implements, or munitions of war are included in the meaning of those terms. Preventing exemptions from the export control list for arms, ammunition, implements, or munitions of war based on their country of destination. Preventing the issuance of general export permits for arms, ammunition, implements, or munitions of war. Preventing the issuance of general brokering permits for arms, ammunition, implements, or munitions of war. Enhancing the considerations that the minister must take into account in issuing a permit to export or broker arms, ammunition, implements, or munitions of war. Providing that the minister must require and use certificates from the government of a country to which arms, ammunition, implements, or munitions of war are being exported. If doing so would sufficiently mitigate a substantial risk of war crimes or violations of international humanitarian law or international human rights law. And lastly, requiring the minister to prepare and table in Parliament an annual report on the export of arms, ammunition, implements, or munitions of war and Canada's compliance with the Arms Trade Treaty. Now, of course, the example that immediately springs to mind today is the brutal Israel-Palestine conflict. I know there are many more examples, but let's take it as an example for today. Both the NDP that is introducing this bill and in the Bloc Québécois, we were some of the first to insist that the government stop selling weapons to Israel, and we still believe that. Both the NDP and the Bloc Québécois were very clear in denouncing the crimes committed and that are still being committed by the Netanyahu administration in Palestine, crimes that will continue to be committed, most likely. And the goal of this bill is that if everyone agrees that we need to stop sending weapons to a country that is using them for the wrong purposes, whether in Gaza or elsewhere, everyone agrees on that, but currently nothing is preventing a third party from buying those weapons from Canada and then sending them to a country or reselling them to a country that is officially boycotted by Canada. So, for example, the US can purchase weapons from Canada and then resell them to Israel, which is just the same as if Canada had sold to Israel. First of all, we share the intentions of this bill. And I would like to also praise the member for Vancouver East for her frequent speeches in favor of a peaceful world. And this bill is full of goodwill and shows how much she cares about peace. But the Bloc Québécois does have issues with several aspects of the bill. The first of these aspects is that it is not clear that the bill will actually work. Because in the US and Canada, our defense industries are very integrated, it would already be quite a headache. But in addition to that, the bill would modify the Export and Import Permits Act, would add restrictions, and would eliminate the exemptions under the Act. And it would also mean that American importers would ask them to produce certificates to certify that these weapons are not being used to commit crimes. This is laudable, of course, but adding these requirements and the lack of predictability about the government's decisions would mean that American businesses would simply end up finding other providers, other suppliers, to diminish the risk that the Canadian government would simply refuse their imports. And so, for example, getting back to my example, Americans would stop buying weapons in Canada, but could continue to buy those weapons elsewhere, and once again sell those weapons to be used in Gaza nonetheless. And then we should always remember that we have no control over U.S. choices, and we cannot control them by changing our legislation. It is unfortunately a mere mirage to imagine that could be the case. Then another issue with the bill, the requirement to refuse export, that threshold is not clear. For example, the bill says that an export permit could be refused if there's the risk that a weapon could be used against civilians or civilian infrastructure. But let's take an example of soldiers who are disobeying their orders and committing war crimes. And we would have to stop all exports to the U.S. in a case with this kind of threshold because there's always a risk. So this threshold is too vague and arbitrary. And we know that according to the bill, if there is a clear and serious risk, if there's substantial risk that these weapons will be used to commit or facilitate genocide, crimes against humanity, grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions of August 12, 1949, attacks directed against civilian objects protected as such or other war crimes as defined by international agreements to which Canada is a party. Well, clearly genocide is clear, but then other parts of that wording, for example, civilian objects or civilians protected as such, that's vague. Let's take an example. In Iraq and Syria, ISIS terrorists frequently would use mosques, schools, and hospitals, and they would use them to store weapons and munitions. The logic was simple. If the international coalition did not strike these locations, then their weapons and ammunition would be protected. But if the coalition did strike those locations, other international organizations would condemn the attacks, which would hurt public support for the coalition. And then with C-233, that's exactly an issue that would arise. We can see that Canada would then have to stop all of its exports to countries in that coalition because they had struck such a location. And so the Bloc Québécois thinks that it's preferable to leave discretionary power to the government because that would make things more predictable and would also enable us to pressure country. So instead of having overly rigid rules, we could simply threaten stopping exports, and thus, through negotiation, we could try to pressure the country to respect international law. So this would end up becoming something powerful that we could use during our negotiations. So with all that in mind, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has significant reservations about this bill, but we do believe that we need to be very attentive during the 2 hours of debate on this question. We think that's very important to carefully listen to all parties and to listen closely to the arguments in order to subsequently decide if we should study this at committee.
Puis ce débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre des...
The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Vancouver East for bringing in this private member's bill. An act to amend the Export and Import Permits Act. I have heard from a number of my constituents about this. It's clear that Canadians are concerned about the role that our country plays in global security and the global arms market. This legislation affects a number of areas we care about. Human rights, responsible trade, and a safer world. These are not abstract ideals, but rather a very foundation of foreign policy.
With this bill in principle, Canada must maintain strong export controls to prevent the misuse of weapons. But Bill C-233 rests upon a false premise. Canada has one of the world's strongest export control regimes in the world and has updated it over the years accordingly. And that is why Canada joined the Arms Trade Treaty in 2019 and updated our laws to ensure full compliance through Bill C-47, a bill which many members, including the member of Vancouver East, should remember well. Le système canadien de contrôle des exportations vise à réduire le commerce illicite des armes en empêchant celles-ci de tomber entre les mains de terroristes, de criminels ou de groupes qui alimentent les conflits et à réduire les souffrances humaines dans le monde. La surveillance est essentielle, mais elle doit être équilibrée et pratique. Bien que le projet de loi C-233 parte d'une bonne intention, sa portée trop large créerait des obstacles pour les entreprises canadiennes, ralentirait le commerce et limiterait la capacité du Canada à relever efficacement des défis mondiaux. Lorsque nous avons débattu du projet de loi...
When we debated Bill C-47, we debated a number of measures that are in the bill that we are looking at today on the topic of exemptions. And what was true at that time is still true today, insofar as we know that it is necessary to integrate them to our system. And what we have here in Bill C-233 would disrupt the balance that we are managing to reach thanks to existing laws and regulations.
Explain further, Mr. Speaker. The world is changing. Conflicts are evolving and new threats are emerging. Canada must stay agile and ready to respond. Canada's export control regime was built to keep pace with this changing world. Our risk-managed framework provides the tools needed to act swiftly, for example, by adding items to the export control list to prevent sensitive technologies from being misused. Decisions on export permits are taken carefully after a rigorous process that involves a range of experts from across government. This includes evaluating permit applications against the criteria drawn from Arms Trade Treaty and embedded in Canadian law through the Export and Import Permits Act. Notre système est flexible.
Our system is flexible, but that flexibility doesn't mean that we're taking shortcuts. We have a risk management framework which was carefully designed in order to establish a balance between our national safety, our international obligations, and our defense partnerships, as well as our trade relationships which support economic growth in Canada. Our process was designed to take into account intelligence, diplomatic information, and it also analyzes human rights. We work with commissions in Canada and abroad. We work with our allies and partners in order to make the right decisions, informed decisions, which take into account the reality on the ground.
Canada has suspended or revoked permits when credible evidence of misuse has emerged. Any violations of the Export and Import Permits Act are taken extremely seriously. Those who are found to have breached the law face consequences, including fines, seizures, and criminal prosecutions. And that is how we help to protect lives and uphold our values. And we will always work to do so. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-233 would hinder our ability to continue with this risk-based approach in three significant ways. First, Bill C-233 seeks to create a statutory definition of arms which could potentially include items that are not weapons at all, such as navigation systems, software, or even basic mechanical parts. The bill's proposed definition could have Canada needlessly regulating thousands of products from nuts and bolts to steel and aluminum. This would put Canada out of step with allies whose focus is rightly on high-risk technologies and high-risk destinations. Further, this would overwhelm our export control system, require staggering increases in government resources, slow legitimate trade, and hurt Canada's reputation and Canadian businesses, especially small and medium manufacturers who rely on predictable rules.
Secondly, Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to prescribe how export applications are assessed by adding new mandatory requirements for governments to certify the end use of items purchased by private companies in their countries. Not only does this go well beyond what is required by the Arms Trade Treaty, but it would be all but impossible to implement. Most countries simply do not issue official end-use certificates to private entities. Canada would have neither the authority nor the power to enforce this provision. Imposing it would only block legitimate exports, including potentially those destined to our allies in Ukraine. Furthermore, Canada already conducts thorough end-use assessments and destination risk assessments. End use is verified using a variety of reliable methods. These may include end-use certificates issued by a government when it imports items itself, or other guarantees provided by reputable private parties for private exports. Canada assesses destination countries based on factors such as the strength of their export control systems and the risk of diversion in line with how our allies operate. This proposed addition to our assessment criteria would not make the world safer. It would harm Canadian businesses and their clients. It would also harm the Canadian Armed Forces and our NATO allies at a time when they need our support the most. This would also harm Canada's role as a trusted partner.
Impose costs and burdens to ordinary Canadians. Like many of our allies, Canada uses expedited licensing in specific circumstances for lower-risk military and dual-use items to countries with similarly robust approaches to export controls. This is standard international practice that enables defense trade to move quickly and securely without compromising oversight. Agility that it requires in a rapidly divided world at a time when we are trying to increase our defense capacity, not decrease it. Alors, ce projet de loi perturberait l'équilibre que nous...
This bill would disrupt the balance that we worked very hard to achieve. The bill proposes restrictions that would increase costs for both the Government of Canada and for Canadian businesses without necessarily improving the quality of decision-making. It would also end the current system, which allows us to import a lot of military technology to the United States without requiring individual permits, which would alter our defense and trade partnership. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this bill goes beyond what is necessary. It would cancel all existing export permits, including general, broad, long-standing export permits. Many Canadian businesses have already undergone rigorous assessment. They would have the burden of reapplying, but our Canadian businesses are so hardworking and they already have limited resources. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform you that the government is unable to support the bill in its current form. That said, it is, of course, important to thank the member for Vancouver East for having moved this bill in the House. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman will have about 2.5 minutes to begin his comments, and he concludes them at the next time the House takes up this matter. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's unfortunate I won't have more time to discuss Bill C-233, the amendments that are being proposed by the NDP to the Export and Import Permits Act. Mr. Speaker, although the intent is laudable, wanting to make sure that Canadian-made weapons and components aren't being used in weapons by our adversaries, like terrorist organizations, like Iran, who is using components in the Syed drones that were bombing Israel, that have been sold to Russia and are being used against the great people of Ukraine. We want to make sure that that doesn't happen and hold those companies to account that have sold those components and weapons to other suppliers that ended up in the hands of our adversaries. But we know that by what is being proposed in Bill C-233, that we will have an added layer of bureaucracy that will slow down the sale of parts and weapons and platforms and technology to our allies and partners. One thing is going to happen within this bill is it's going to require that no country gets an exemption. So none of our NATO allies, none of our Five Eyes partners, none of our friends in the Middle East or in Ukraine will be able to just go to our suppliers and Canadian businesses and buy the parts and weapon systems that they need to defend their sovereign territory. And we want to make sure that that doesn't interfere with the overall operations of our defense industry and our relationship with our allies, Mr. Speaker. So I just have to stress that, when we look at this, we've got to remember that this will make sure that as Canadians, that our sovereignty is also threatened by this. Part of our sovereign capacity and capability is having a strong defense industry. And when we have a defense industry that exports over $7 billion out of the $9.6 billion that they produce on an annual basis directly, and 63% of that goes to the United States, we have to protect that to ensure that those industries survive. And I'll carry on my conversation when we rise the next time on Bill C-233.
I thank the honourable member, and he will have about 7.5 minutes coming back to him when the next time the House considers this matter.
Order. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired. The order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member
York Durham.
It's always an honour to rise and again speak on an issue close to my heart and to the next generation of young Canadians, which of course is the issue of housing and the lack of housing in Canada. Now, Build Canada Homes, this new bureaucracy, is emblematic of what's wrong with government thinking these days. It's what's wrong with Liberal plans these days. For every problem, a new government-driven response. Childhood nutrition problems, government-run lunch program. Bad actors on the internet, government-run censorship programs. Lack of housing supply, not one, not two, not even three, but 4 government-run bureaucracies. If any of these Liberal solutions worked, Mr. Speaker, after 10 years, we would have seen things improve. But in fact, in housing, the opposite has taken place. It is now more difficult than it has ever been in Canadian history for the next generation to own a home anywhere in Canada. Now, even if we thought another government bureaucracy was the solution, Build Canada Homes won't fix our housing woes. That's because this bureaucracy's stated objective is only with respect to non-market housing. Now, that means affordable housing and at non-market rates. That means for most Canadians, most middle-income Canadians or higher, will see zero benefit from this new bureaucracy. Estimates suggest that this new bureaucracy will deliver only between 1% and 2% of the needed new home supply. So, Mr. Speaker, even at full capacity, the non-market focus would therefore only address a tiny fraction of the overall supply gap in Canada. The Canadian Home Builders Association agrees, Mr. Speaker, and they said, quote, with the non-market housing focus of BCH, it will only impact a small fragment of what will be required to achieve the government's 500,000 homes per year target. How about unimaginable speeds, Mr. Speaker? The only thing that this budget could point to with respect to housing was the selection of certain sites for construction, maybe sometime in the future, a few hundred homes in the north, maybe in the future, and a few hundred in Toronto, maybe in the future. That's a far cry from the 500,000 new homes that their own housing agency says need to be built in Canada, and that's just to get us back to 2019 affordability levels. In fact, the government's own housing bureaucracy just this week said that housing starts are actually down again year over year. CMHC reported this week that housing starts are 3% down year over year. So my question to the parliamentary secretary, can she please try and explain how a new government bureaucracy that only builds non-market homes at unimaginably slow speeds will allow the next generation to afford a home in Canada?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada is taking action to build the infrastructure communities need and to make housing more affordable for Canadians. Budget 2025, Canada Strong, delivers generational investments to meet these goals. It includes $51 billion for a new infrastructure program, with $17 billion dedicated to housing-enabling infrastructure. And this will allow cuts to development charges that will significantly bring down the cost of housing for Canadians. We are also addressing the housing crisis head-on with the recent launch of Build Canada Homes. This new federal agency will finance and build affordable housing at scale. It will leverage public lands, offer flexible financial incentives, attract private capital, facilitate large portfolio projects, and support manufacturers to build the homes that Canadians need. Build Canada Homes will prioritize large-scale, long-term solutions to build on the successes of existing housing initiatives with a Team Canada approach. These programs include the Affordable Housing Fund and the Apartment Construction Loan Program, which have built hundreds of thousands of new homes and repaired hundreds of thousands more. We've also seen how the $4.4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund is eliminating barriers to development. So far, we've signed agreements with more than 240 communities across the country that have committed to cutting red tape and streamlining the development process. The Government of Canada is dedicated to making Canada's housing market work better for everyone. We're focused on affordability, and we're building a stronger Canada. We're not stopping there. The federal government is also reducing barriers to home ownership so that young people aren't priced out of the housing market. Measures like the tax-free First Home Savings Account and the Home Buyers Plan help Canadians save for their first home. And we've also made changes to mortgage financing rules to help more buyers qualify. And importantly, we're eliminating the goods and service tax, GST, for the first time on home buyers of new homes at or under $1 million and reducing the GST on new homes up to $1.5 million. Young Canadians deserve the same opportunities that previous generations enjoyed, and we're making that happen. The Government of Canada will continue to work closely with home builders, Indigenous partners, and all levels of government to deliver results. We are putting affordability front and center, and we will innovate, invest, and remove barriers so that every Canadian can find a place to call home.
The Honourable Member for York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If only saying generational again and again and again built homes, we wouldn't be here tonight having this discussion. But we know it doesn't build homes. And in fact, we know that the next generation is having the most difficult time in history owning a home. The parliamentary secretary, she said that she didn't want the next generation priced out of the market. Well, newsflash, they are priced out of the market. The average salary in Canada no longer buys the average home in Canada. Young Canadians just want the same opportunity that their parents and their grandparents had to work hard and have the opportunity to buy a home. Does the parliamentary secretary agree with me that the average salary in Canada should buy the average home in Canada and admit that 10 years of Liberal proposals have done nothing to make that better?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, this government is focused on restoring affordability and lowering housing costs. Build Canada Homes will build and finance affordable housing by partnering with builders and housing providers that are focused on long-term affordability. It will prioritize Canadian-made materials and modern methods of construction, such as factory-built housing, to catalyze a new Canadian housing industry, one that builds faster and more sustainably. We are working closely with provinces, territories, municipalities, and Indigenous communities to improve affordability and build the supply that Canada needs. The government is committed to making housing more affordable and more attainable while growing the strength and resilience of Canada's economy at the same time, because every Canadian deserves a place to call home so they can focus on building a successful future for themselves and for their families.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, most Canadians don't spend their evenings reading budget tables or credit reports, and frankly, they shouldn't have to. In a well-run country, those numbers are supposed to be boring. But nothing about Canada's finances is boring right now because this government has pushed us into territory where ordinary families are paying the price for extraordinary mismanagement. Let's start with the simplest truth. One understood by any family, any business, and any responsible adult. You cannot spend more than you earn forever. When a government does it, the consequences don't hit the politician who overspent. They hit Canadians. They show up in higher taxes, higher prices, and higher interest rates. They show up when your grocery bill climbs, but your paycheck doesn't. Overspending may happen in Ottawa, but the fallout lands on your dinner table, in your gas tank, and in your monthly budget. And now, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed, to the government's great irritation, the very thing they hoped no one would say out loud. The deficit is not shrinking like they said it would. It's doubling. Not because of a recession or an emergency, but because the government has chosen to grow spending by tens of billions of dollars. When you expand operating spending faster than the economy grows, deficits explode. This is not a conspiracy theory, it's arithmetic. Now, the government insists that all this spending is investment. Now, that would be convenient if it were true. But a label doesn't change reality. An investment is something that pays you back. A cost is something you pay for. Confusing the two doesn't make you sophisticated. It makes you irresponsible. A family understands this intuitively. Buying a new tool for work is an investment. Buying a new flat-screen TV for your man cave is a cost. Both may be great, but only one produces a return. The government has been calling almost everything it does an investment, even things that are clearly not. Museums and cultural centres, they may sound great, but they don't generate revenue for the country. They do not pay down the debt. They do not expand Canada's productivity. They are costs. There's nothing wrong with costs when you can afford them. But it's dangerous to pretend that costs will magically behave like investments. The PBO found that the government inflated its so-called capital investments by $94 billion, simply by renaming ordinary spending as assets. Other countries don't do that. Accountants don't do that. Economists don't do that. It's the kind of creative bookkeeping that hides problems rather than solving them. And now we see the consequence. Fitch Ratings, the agency responsible for evaluating our financial health, has warned of a downgrade of Canada's credit rating. That's not a symbolic gesture. That's a financial world saying out loud, many Canadians have already begun to feel we don't trust this government to manage debt. A downgrade will mean we pay more to borrow. When you owe as much as Canada does, that's not a small problem. It means the interest on the debt grows faster. It means more tax dollars go towards servicing yesterday's overspending instead of building tomorrow's opportunities. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve honesty. They deserve a government that understands the difference between spending and investing. They deserve policies rooted in reality, not wishful thinking. And above all, they deserve leadership that protects the next generation instead of sending the bill for this one. So I ask, how do we quit maxing out the national credit card and pull Canada back from the edge before the next generation pays the price?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the international orders and trading systems which powered Canada's prosperity for decades are quickly being changed and drastically reshaped, threatening our sovereignty, our prosperity, and our values. Faced with these realities, where others would simply endeavour to weather the storm, our government is rising up to meet the moment with humility, vigour, and confidence. Budget 2025 is the generational plan Canada needs to build our economy, protect our way of life, and empower Canadians like never seen before. We will build here at home, including supports for industries impacted by tariffs, nation-building infrastructure through the new major projects office, and millions of more homes for Canadians, including through a new agency, Build Canada Homes. We will protect what matters most, our people, our community, and our sovereignty by investing in our armed forces, in border security, and by rolling our bail reforms to ensure safer streets for all. We will empower Canadians with better careers, strong public services, and a more affordable life with measures to drive down competition in key sectors. Automatic federal benefits that will reach up to 5.5 million low-income Canadians and a permanent national food program. And with Budget 2025's new trade diversification strategy supported by a Trade Diversification Corridors Fund, we will explore new markets and sell more of the best that Canada has to offer. We know that in order to make these generational investments, Mr. Speaker, our government must make certain adjustments. This includes a new framework for budgeting, the cornerstone of which is a new capital budgeting framework that prioritizes spending that stimulates public and private sector capital investment while reining in day-to-day operational spending, which rose significantly during COVID and post-COVID eras. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, we're creating a more efficient and productive government for the future. This government will balance day-to-day operating spending with revenues by 2028 to 2029, while maintaining a declining deficit to GDP ratio. And we'll do this while enabling $1 trillion in total investment over the next 5 years through smarter public spending and stronger capital investment. A key part of this process, Speaker, is the comprehensive expenditure review, which will reduce inefficiencies and refocus government spendings on core priorities. It will rein in government spending, saving Canada $13 billion annually by 2028 to 2029, for a total with other savings and revenues of $60 billion over 5 years. Savings will be achieved by restructuring operations and consolidating internal services and right-sizing programs to realize efficiency. This will allow the government to invest more in the workers, businesses, and nation-building infrastructure that will build Canada strong. By making these adjustments now, we're making it possible to build the strongest economy in the G7.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
This budget is all about the magical trillion-dollar investment boom, as if private investors are lining up to pour hundreds of billions into Canada. But so far, the Prime Minister has circled the globe 4 times, literally, basically almost nothing to show for it. Why? Because businesses don't invest where the numbers don't add up. And right now, the numbers don't add up. Fitch Ratings, one of the world's major financial watchdogs, just warned that in this budget, Canada's finances are heading in the wrong direction. They stayed straight up in their report that this government has a pattern of promising one number and then spending way more every time. Even more shocking, the report says that when it comes to the rules, they mean absolutely nothing because they don't follow them anyway. Just last year, they broke all 3 targets they set for Budget 2024. An investor has the entire globe to choose from. He's not going to choose the one country that spins a great story but never keeps its promises.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 meets the moment Canada finds itself in with a responsible fiscal plan that would build Canada as an economic force for decades to come. The world is changing, and we must meet the moment by building on the solid foundation of strong Canadian industries bolstered by diverse international trade partners and the undeniable fact that we have exactly what the world needs. By becoming our own best customers, we will transform our economy from one of reliance on specific trade partners to the one that is more resilient to global shocks. With Budget 2025, we will spend less, invest more, and build Canada as an economic force for decades to come. We will make life more affordable for Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and we will build Canada strong. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, as you are well aware, I'm rising again, as I have on many occasions in the past, to raise the issue of mental health for Canadians. And this government's failure to follow through on its commitments, again, I'm flagging that, Mr. Speaker, because mental health is health. Back on October 7th, I asked the Minister why the Liberals were abandoning their promise to make mental health a full and equal part of Canada's universal public health care system. And at the time, I indicated it is estimated that every dollar invested in mental health generates $2 in long-term savings, while untreated mental health issues cost our economy more than $50 billion every year. Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I need to correct the record right now. That $50 billion figure, that was from 2012. A new report released earlier this year by the Mental Health Commission of Canada estimates that the monetary costs associated with untreated mental health issues is actually more like $200 billion. That's an increase of $150 billion over 13 years. Now, I asked the Minister of Health to acknowledge that it's time to invest in the mental health of Canadians as a nation-building project. The response I received during question period, and I'm being quite generous here, was woefully disappointing. She said that mental health is top of mind of this new government. We actually don't see that reality reflected in actual investment dollars in the past budget, apart from some funding for youth mental health that the NDP helped advocate for. But again, Mr. Speaker, they made commitments in their 2025 election campaign that they would make the Youth Mental Health Fund permanent and earmark $150 million per year towards it, beginning this year and continuing through fiscal year 2028-29, which they failed to do. So what happened to these great ideas between the recent federal election and this budget? Even the government followed through on its campaign. Even if the government followed through on its campaigns, these figures are woefully inadequate, and they fall far short of meeting the $200 billion in annual costs to the Canadian economy resulting from untreated mental health issues, as I stated earlier. If the government is actually serious about improving productivity in this country, we need to double investments in mental health. We need to support, Mr. Speaker, workers, especially when we look at nation building. Investing in mental health is nation building. It does help support the GDP. We're only spending about half of what our peer countries do on mental health when we look at the OECD average, and we're seeing the results of that underfunding. Just go outside and you can see the impact, Mr. Speaker. Every family in this country is touched by someone struggling with mental health issues. Mental health funding is an investment in Canada's workforce, and while the Youth Mental Health Fund is an important investment, we need to ensure all Canadians can access appropriate supports. Data published by the Canadian Institute for Health Information just last month found that in 2024, 41% of Canadian adults and 36% of children who needed mental health care had needs that were only partially met or were completely unmet. That shows we have a long way to go. And as Canadians, we pride ourselves in taking care of each other, but right now too many people are being left to struggle on their own. It's time to change that. It's time to finally bring mental health into our universal public health care system. That's why I tabled the first private member's bill in the 45th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-201. If that was passed, that bill, it would bring community-based mental health services into the Canada Health Act so that we have parity, Mr. Speaker, and all Canadians would access supports with a health card, not a credit card. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary is to commit here and now to fixing the Canada Health Act to ensure we have parity with mental and physical health and make sure it's implemented in our universal public health care system.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by sincerely thanking my honourable colleague for this very important question. I have tremendous respect for his work on mental health and for the work that he does on behalf of his constituents. His commitment to this issue elevates our conversation in this House, and I'm grateful for his leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to reaffirm our government's commitment to supporting the mental health and well-being of Canadians. Mental health is health, as honourable colleague mentioned, and we know that too many people still face barriers to accessing the care they need. This is why our approach is rooted in collaboration. We're working closely with provinces and territories, those who deliver care on the front lines, because meaningful, lasting change requires coordinated partnership across all orders of government. Our work is guided by three priorities: expanding access, improving quality, and advancing equity. We know that youth are facing disproportionate challenges, especially Indigenous and Black youth in rural and remote communities, and young men and boys. That's why we're delivering the Youth Mental Health Fund, a $500 million investment over 5 years to enhance and expand mental health supports across the country. A core component of that work is strengthening integrated youth services. These hubs provide a one-stop shop where young people can access mental health care, primary care, substance use support, and help with education and employment. Today, there are more than 110 hubs operating in 9 provinces, with 50 more in development. Since 2022, over $118 million has been invested to strengthen this network and support national collaboration. And this work continues. Just last month, the Minister of Health announced $10 million in Health Canada funding to kickstand, to expand integrated youth services in Alberta. We're also ensuring practitioners and families have the tools they need. Earlier this year, we released new clinical practice guidelines for managing mood and anxiety disorders in the perinatal period, along with patient and family guide. These resources support consistent evidence-based care that Canadians can trust. Speaker, suicide prevention remains a top priority. Through Canada's first National Suicide Prevention Action Plan, we're coordinating efforts with provinces, territories, Indigenous partners, and experts to reduce risks and save lives. A cornerstone of this work is 988. Canada's Suicide Crisis Helpline. It is free, confidential, available 24/7 in English and French by voice and text. Between November 2023 and July 2025, 988 answered over 600,000 calls and texts. It's a lifeline for people in crisis, and we're committed to strengthening it. Speaker, mental health care must be safe, accessible, and inclusive. Our government is investing in the future, not only through funding, but through partnerships, innovation, and a shared vision with provinces and territories. Together, we're building a mental health system that meets people where they are, supports them throughout their lives, and reflects the compassion and care Canadians deserve. Mental health is health, and we will continue to make it a priority for all Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, this month being Movember, I attended an event last evening on the topic of men's mental health, which included having the opportunity to chat with Michelle Terry, Movember's global CEO, about the importance of investing in the unique health challenges facing men and boys. This is something the health minister specifically referenced in her own remarks at the event last night. 2 in 5 Canadian men will die prematurely before the age of 75. Death by suicide is the second leading cause of death for men aged 15 to 44 in this country. 72% of Canadians can think of a man-boy who's been impacted by stigma, healthcare delays, and mental health struggles. 2 in 5, like I said, will die prematurely, but 95% of Canadians agree. Improving men's mental health benefits everyone, not just men. Will this government turn its words into action and support a properly funded nationwide mental health strategy for men and boys? I'm hoping that ministers will be able to answer that question today. This is something that is absolutely needed. This is a crisis, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, mental health matters deeply to Canadians and to this Parliament. I want to thank again my honourable colleague for raising this issue and for his important work on this. Our government shares these concerns and remain firmly committed to advancing safe, effective, innovative mental health care across the country. We continue to engage with leading experts like Movember, invest in evidence-based approaches, and work closely with provinces and territories so that federal support is aligned with the realities on the ground. Together, we're building a more responsive and inclusive mental health system, one that meets Canadians where they are and supports them throughout their lives. And again, I look forward to continuing this work with my honourable colleague to advance this work forward. Thank you.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.